We have a lot of people to talk to. Kind of start going down the list.
At long last, a hero comes to save us. That won't bring my wife back, though, will it?
Nope. Not dark.
We stayed to fight, Robert and me. But he fell. And when they started to tear into him, I panicked. I ran.
Be not ashamed. You live to carry on his memory.
West March originally grew from the efforts of the great General Rakis to spread his religion beyond the realms of the East. Seized by the superstitions of the Zakarum faith, he drove his paladins relentlessly across the barbaric western lands, subduing the uncivilized tribes he found there. Ultimately, he became king of them all.
Yeah. Implications. What's really funny is, as we've already discussed, the only actual tenet of the Zakarum faith is be cool.
My library isn't far from here. I was closing everything up for the day when I heard the fighting in the streets. I barred the doors and then squeezed through the back window to escape. But I'll have to come up with something more exciting when I write my official account, won't I?
What are you, professional news media?
You've heard the legend of the Tomb of Rakis, haven't you? Its location has never been found. Most scholars think it's underneath Westmarch, but I suspect it's somewhere outside the city. Rakis was a clever man, after all.
Duncraig is just death in horror. I thought I'd be safe here, but we've nowhere left to hide.
Why would the angels do this to us?
What are you saying? This is obviously a demon's work.
I know who is responsible for this. It's the poor. They've summoned these monstrosities to take Westmarch for themselves.
I keep hearing things. My mind must finally be going.
Is there anything on your mind, Hadric?
Do you think Cardium is under attack as well?
I am sure of it.
At least they have the Iron Wolves. Lord of Lies could not break them. And the Angel of Death will not either.
I can't believe we're still alive, and it's all thanks to you. I thought we would die in that foul-smelling place.
Welcome. If I can pontificate for just a moment. I'm rather fond of my job. I'm not trying to brag, it's just something I am regularly grateful for. But there's a difference between I like my job and, oh my god, today I get to play Act 5 of D3. I was actually excited when I woke up, which is good, because I woke up about 20 minutes before I had to start streaming. Yesterday I spent pretty much the entire day running around after an excitable 3-year-old. And that's amazing and awesome and incredible and very wearying. Wow, that only required level 5. Get some experience boost going. Why not? What's this thing?
Did you grab the jewelry at least?
Harold, those monsters were about to kill us.
Well, I would rather be dead than poor.
So, first, I do hope everyone enjoyed the Diablo rewrite. Because if you did... No, I'm just kidding. I just hope you enjoyed it. It is... I will admit, and I talked about this Saturday, it's definitely a work that's designed to be watched more than once. Just, like, based on how it's constructed. There are several things to pick up as you go.
You ask who's to blame for this doom? All of Westmarch, reveling in sin, worshipping petty idols. The Zakarum are gone, and the order of Malthael now rises. Praise Malthael, and your souls may yet be saved. He spares only the faithful. Donate to the order and prove your conviction.
No comment. Anyways, but I'm not, as much as I'd love to talk about the Diablo rewrite, one of the main reason I'm bringing it up right now is you can see how fundamentally different even just a relatively short work is. We were talking about the butterfly effect, right? It's the biggest reason why I try not to get ahead of myself with any given rewrite, because, as I like to say, I have no idea what the state of the world will be when we get to, you know, X point in the story. Like, we don't even go to Westmarch in the Diablo rewrite at all. Thought about it, but it felt like to have them go to Westmarch would basically be like, all right, we're all here, we're all ready for a big confrontation. Now let's go halfway across the plain for a second. Okay, now we're in Westmarch. Let's do it. You know, it didn't fit at all narratively. But, well, there's always the Diablo rewrite 2. Anyways, so this is obviously amazing and incredible. The big thing I wanted to comment on, though, with regards to Reaper of Souls, the game we're actually playing right now, is I've never figured out a way to actually to describe this other than by simply using the word polish. But Reaper of Souls is just so much more polished than vanilla. Not like vanilla was particularly an unpolished product, but you can tell that the developers actually took the lessons in there and took them to heart and moved forward. We've got much more demonstrable interaction indicators to show where the optional lore is that you can go through. And it's a lot harder to just straight up miss dialogue. Some of you may have noticed that we missed a dialogue in Act 4 on accident, by the way. I was looking for it, where we talk about how the Lord of Terror is scared of us. It was a whole thing. That's gone, because you could just miss dialogue in vanilla. It's kind of frustrating. And yeah, there's also a tremendously larger density to Act 5. Act 5 is without question the largest act. And I don't mean that in a padding way. You know, it's not like it's without flaws. There's no such thing. But just, this is expansion effect to a T. Speaking of which, one of the things I like that they did is they kind of hit a reset button on most of the dialogues. You notice how when we talk to Hadrig, he literally doesn't even have his previous dialogue from Act 1 to 4. Instead, he's just got his Act 5 dialogue. That may sound like a minor thing, but it's actually a bit of a quality of life feature. Because now we know exactly where we're at in the story, and he's deliberately acknowledging where we were. And we don't see that stupid blue thing pop up over his head for stuff we've already heard. Speaking of which, that also applies to these three. Whoop. Oh, yeah, and by the way, if you were paying attention, you may have noticed that the storyline of these three, all three of them, just kind of stopped in Act 4.
What's wrong, Cormac? You look even worse than usual.
Of course I do. My city's on the verge of destruction.
Oh, is that all?
What else would it be?
Now, there's something to ponder.
So they also have more dialogues between themselves in Act 5 than they had across Act, I guess that would have been 2 through 4. Like we just saw. But also, yeah, he's from here, consequently. But anyways, if you're paying attention, there's story arcs. Ooh. Their story arcs were kept going up until a certain point, but the problem is that certain point was when we were almost done charging through heaven to stop Diablo. So it wasn't it would actually have been awkward to be like, I wish I could talk about my brother. You know, we're kind of busy. So they just sort of paused. And now we're going to continue.
Well, the world's under attack and people are dying everywhere. It must be time for us to go on another adventure, right?
What troubles you, my friend?
We must speak. I have discovered that my order tortures its initiates and twists their minds. I need to know how high this evil reaches. If my whole order is corrupt, what does it mean to be a Templar? What am I?
You are a man of great honor. A man who followed a path you believed was pure and true.
But it wasn't, was it? The guilty will answer for their transgressions. I swear it.
As a further addendum, you may be like, that sounds like a, you know, in case you missed the earlier dialogue. Well, that's because they presumed when they were writing this that you didn't listen to their dialogues across Act 1 through 4. An easy presumption to make, because I know many, many players who didn't. So, very brief catch-up on several of these quests.
It is good to see you again, though it seems like we are only brought together in the worst of circumstances. But I suppose if times were better, we would never have met.
Speaking of which, there is one other one. Whoop, 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 whoop.
For a moment, I heard one of my sister's voices. I could not make out the words.
The spirits speak to me always. At times their voices are clear, other times a maddening babble. Sometimes I hear the voices of those that I have known and lost.
My sisters are gone now, and I am the last memory of a world long since forgotten.
To know why your sisters died, you must learn this, or you will always hear their voices.
That's not morbid.
Did you know there were once 2 moons? Lyria is the one that is no more. I think it's time I told you the whole story of Zai and his master, the god of desire, Dirgist.
The truth and your words are usually far apart.
Dirge's jewel has appeared again, and the time for secrets is over.
Then it is time for you to tell me if you are a god.
And of course he doesn't.
Have you been eating enough? I've noticed this about you. When things get difficult, you get very focused. Maybe I'll cook for you. So, if it's all the same, we'd probably both be happier if I didn't.
Thanks, Shen. Appreciate you.
What the hell is going on out there?
Oh my goodness.
Someone came for me. After all this time.
My friend Hedrig heard your voice.
Bloody miracle! Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I owe you both.
Come with me. It's safe up there now.
Yeah, the Witch Doctor is going to be a little bit of a gross warning. I'm just going to let you know that right now. That's before we get to the spider swarms. Our Diablo's setting, the plane, does not have suns. In fact, or excuse me, does not have moons. In fact, it doesn't even have a sun. It does have a day-night cycle, though.
Remember that noise I heard? It was that lad you rescued.
I'm Bryson. I came here to see your friend.
And now he won't go away.
He saved his life. Perhaps he wishes to show you his gratitude.
I am. In fact, I'm going to repay Hedrig by helping him.
And I told you to stay away from my forge.
I grew up over by the docks. Not the good part of town, but it's what my parents could afford. They died when the plague swept through a few years ago, within hours of each other. Like they had to stay together. I used to hate them for leaving me, but now, it's a relief they didn't have to see all this happen.
Not dark. Not dark.
All trouble shall pass.
Why have the Horadrim come back?
Tyrael rebuilt the Order to help him take the Soul Stone from heaven, and to protect mankind. After all, you can't be everywhere at once, no matter how powerful you are.
An interesting tidbit, and probably one of the better world-building tidbits of the setting. It's the Superman equation. The idea is that Superman may be essentially invincible and indestructible and be able to hammer through everything in his way, but he can't be everywhere at once. He's one person. Now, the problem with that is that in actual DC Comics, Superman can be everywhere at once because he's absolutely ludicrously fast. But let's ignore that for a second. It's a bit of storytelling I actually enjoy because it's something we see over in Final Fantasy XIV as well. In FF14, we, the Warrior of Light, are an absolute titan. There is nothing that can stand against us, and nothing that ever has. But one person. And it's actually something they use several times throughout the FF14 plot to indicate that stuff tends to happen wherever we are not. And figuring out where to be and what to deal with is actually a major point, like an in-universe point, you know? I am not planning to see D&D, no, unfortunately. I'm not planning to see many movies, actually. Except for the Mario movie, because I'm watching that with my niece. Yeah, we beat up Entropy and told it to shut up. Exactly. But yeah, you get the idea. Anyways. But yeah, the Superman problem. I actually kind of like that, and I like it when a setting actually acknowledges that. Wow! I'm glad the D&D movie was good. I've heard good things from pretty much everyone. The biggest thing I keep hearing is that it's not a D&D movie. It's a Forgotten Realms movie. And that may sound like a minor distinction, but to me, that makes all the difference. And sounds pretty cool, actually.
Malthael, my brother. He was wisdom, leader of our council, first among angels. And now, he has become this.
How did this come to pass?
After the destruction of the World Stone, Malthael's mood darkened, and he left the heavens frequently. Then he disappeared completely. He must have developed a connection, no, an obsession with human souls.
Death does not devour the spirit. It sets it free. Malthael is lost in darkness.
So yeah, we get bits and details. Talked about this more in the lore run. About what happens to people after they die. It is pretty vague, but the long and the short of it is some essence of them does continue on in a form of an afterlife, which is not the heavens or the hells, by the way. Those are places. The afterlife, if you could even call it that, is kind of different and variable. It's a little bit more, if you've ever seen the WoW lore run, or when we talk about Warcraft lore, I talk about one of the fates of your soul after you die is that you can just continue to roam as what I call an ancestral spirit, which is something that the Taurans and the Orcs and a couple other races are really big on. Kind of leaning in that direction, right? Now, as Dakoita points out, that sort of raises some questions. It's actually one of the biggest reasons why in our Diablo I actually decided to create a generator for these souls and where they're actually coming from. I don't know what else to call it. It's a generator. It's literally it's adding souls to the equation bit by bit. So the pillars, consequently, if you're wondering. Hi, Saldir. Saldir voiced Marius. He did a great job. In canon, I'll stop talking about our Diablo for just a second. In canon, these souls are essentially a resource, for lack of a better way to put it. They can be fuel, they can be sources of wisdom. They're actually what the Witch Doctor uses to empower most of his abilities, so like a person can use it in addition to an angel or a demon. This is exactly what Malthael has been doing, but as the Witch Doctor points out, the Witch Doctor is more like a shaman in Warcraft terms, whereas what Malthael is doing is more like a dark shaman in Warcraft terms. And if you don't remember that distinction, all you need to know is that one of them is like, hey, I need your help with something, please assist me. And the other one is like wrapping a chain around someone's neck and then forcing them to assist you. Hence why the Witch Doctor in particular was one of the reasons. This is why I picked the Witch Doctor for Act 5. One of the reasons. There's actually like 3. But anyways.
What do you hope to learn from studying that fragment of the Soul Stone?
The sliver is still connected to the Soul Stone. As the stone changes, the sliver will change too. Therefore, I can observe what Malthael is doing to the stone, and if we're lucky, even discover his plan.
Oh, also, all of this may be thrown out the window with D4. Who knows? I don't want to sound negative, but I have very low hopes for D4's story. We'll see. Death.
Do you know what the Death Maiden was trying to do in the cathedral?
She was creating an orb that turns the living into Malthael's death creatures. A single orb can transform hundreds of innocent people every hour, and my men report 2 more of them out in the city.
Soul crucibles. With 2 of them, Malthael has an endless supply of soldiers.
Not for long.
The gameplay of D4 is reasonable. I know it sounds like a weird statement, but I can't say D4 is better gameplay-wise than D3. It would be more accurate to say that it's different. We'll have to cover it more long-term someday in order to really judge it.
The soul crucibles turn the bodies of the dead into reapers. That is the truth, is it not?
Sadly, yes.
But the Death Maidens are different.
Their story is as tragic as Malthael's. Once the vanguard of his wisdom angels, they followed him down the path to darkness.
Of course they did. What Malthael's doing is wise. And angels, well, we've talked about that plenty. Oh. Let's grab you.
We will stand together against the shadows.
Yeah, the right button, there we go. Do I still have one spare lying around? I thought I did. Why not? Nope. That's okay. That's okay. Well, I do hope you get to see it at some point, Saldir. What I mean by that is, you're going to watch it sometime, Saldir. Right?
I found him in the streets. He seemed in a daze, so I brought him here with me, but he's hardly said anything. He's nobility of some sort, but I don't recognize the seal on his ring.
The flames!
The flames? Well, he was covered in soot. Perhaps he escaped from a fire. He never says more than a word or 2 at a time.
Excellent, Saldir. Because if you didn't... Seriously, please watch it. I know it's basically a movie. I mean, it's a 2.5 hour thing. Or 2 hours and 16 minutes or something like that.
After years of my pleading, the Angiris Council has finally agreed to send me in search of Malthael. I will not fail in this, as my master's presence is sorely needed in the high heavens. Owing to Malthael's growing fascination with the humans, Tyrael has suggested I begin my search on Sanctuary.
Good idea. Surely, Malthael is down on Sanctuary. Thank you, Ginger Ninja. As always. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know.
How different this place must have been before. People coming and going, shopping, living. Now, nothing.
That's 4 now, Evo. You're racking up a debt here. So, Reaper enemy type. This is what Takoida was talking about earlier.
All know the reputation of the exorcists of Westmarch. Those spiritual warriors specialized in removing demonic possession. By custom, they arrive in darkness, clad in cloaks as black as the night that conjured them. They work in secret, extracting the demons that dwell within their subjects. Now, Malthael has turned them, and they roam the city in their inhuman forms, stripping the souls from all they encounter.
So, technically, well, not even technically, the whole game scales to you, but with a few exceptions, Act 1, 2, 3, and 4 are relatively the same difficulty as each other, if you're the same general level. Act 5 is the exception. To be continued.
After Malthael's disappearance, The Angiris Council appointed his most loyal servant, Erzael, to find him and bring him back to the high heavens. Erzael, accompanied by the sect of maidens who were Malthael's closest followers, set out to find their absent master. They never returned.
Dun dun dun. Dishonored 2, Dragon Age Block, and Firewatch. You got it. Thank you, Ginger Ninja.
I bring the prophet's wrath!
Anyways, the difference is in the... not the stats of the enemies, but how the enemies operate. Simply the design of the enemies, the patterns of attack they use, and how they coincide with each other means that Act 5 enemies just generally are harder than anything else. This is especially true for their boss fights. Like, I know plenty of people who are like, oh god, we gotta kill Malthael bounty, and we'll just skip that because of how much extra time and work it takes. And just try to reroll. Although the alternative is sometimes just as frustrating. Point being, I know plenty of players who have more Act 1, 2, 3, and 4 bounty items than they do 5. Okay, I gotta be careful. There we go. Got them cornered, because they can't open doors. Unless you open them.
Some deep...
Nothing useful, though. Also, it's probably not obvious, but we're actually already in a dungeon. Maybe it is obvious, I don't know. The salient point is that we've already reached a point where we're getting to some randomization. And the reason I bring that up is, while there was actually a surprisingly large amount of aforementioned dungeon randomization in Vanilla D3, one of the more common complaints was that there was not enough of it. Because there are some areas which are fairly static, notably Act 1. Naturally, morons, or excuse me, people who weren't paying attention, complained that that was simply too static and they needed more random, so here we go. Having said that, as tends to be the trend, someplace outdoors tends to work better for this randomized dungeon format. Shrug. Kind of roaming around. Oh, mommy. Yeah, one of the only complaints I would have about how they do Westmarch in particular is that this place... I have run through D3 many times, and every now and again there's still something new that I notice. Not often. We have done 5 classes counting the current, Nero says. All that remains is Monk and Necro. Chaining so much I can't even level. Let's try to back off a little bit. Set dungeons. I'm actually not a huge fan of set dungeons, but that's because I'm permanently scarred by the Firebird dungeon, I think. Alright, what do we got? Spiders! Yes, that's what I want in my life, is more spiders. So we've got Horrify. We'll do that. Gain 3% int for 30 seconds for each enemy stacks up to 5 times. Sure. Go with that. There is not Evo. They don't actually bother me, I'm joking. Hello, Cord. Spiders. Spiders. Corpse piles. I always feel bad that we're burning the bats, you know? Like, these poor bats, they just want to help us out, and we set them on fire. I'll save you. this is going to be a funny one. I recognize this one.
Hurry! We've got to save my friends!
The spirits smile upon me.
This is all Justinian's fault. Some king he is.
Yeah, cursed chess music here.
King Justinian must have fled the city by now. It's time for the people to rise up.
You must come together as one if you are to have any hope for survival.
But this is our chance to get out from under the king's yoke.
Yeah, you ever play, you know, any game with a peasant rebellion mechanic? Well, those peasant rebellions have a really bad habit of happening when the country is in crisis and basically wrecking your country. Which I don't bring up for any particular reason.
I encountered the most troublesome bats in the kingdom.
They were here.
Could be of use to us.
Thanks, Urana. Oh, absolutely, Luke. It's like, we will rebel. Oh god, we're all starving and dying. And then the country falls apart and is conquered by someone. Dang. Who could have seen this coming? And the whole time you're just sitting there like, ah, dang it. This is why I'm so anti-peasant rebellion. Not because of any moral reason.
This isn't over. The king has failed us all. If you don't believe me, read this. His private journal.
How did you get this?
Well, let's just say it's from someone who cares about us common folk.
I am so weary. Why did you have to die, brother? I was never meant to be king. The nobles threaten revolt to bend me to their will. They will abandon me if I don't keep the peasants in their place. Oh, my position is hopeless.
Oh. So, naturally, this is why you want to rebel against the king. Because he's being controlled by the nobility. Hey, I was about to say, you caught that, right? That's not someone who's like, I care about you. That's someone who's like, I want the throne, so I'm going to stir up some crap. Toads!
Anything strange about Cormac lately?
Cormac can be odd from time to time.
He has been acting awkwardly and has seemed very distracted in conversation. Do you think that I offended him?
Nope.
I am not sure that would be possible, Irena.
So, similar to Druid, ironically, and a few other things that we have in this game, Witch Doctor has a couple of abilities that are pseudo-random on where they hit. It usually works a little bit better in D3 because of just how dense enemy groups tend to be, but still, this is not something you generally want to use against a boss.
I need to go back.
If there's treasure to be had, then I'm in.
Oh yeah, that would be Random Bystander, did Nazeebo's voice in the rewrite. He did a great job of it. If I was to make a new class for Diablo... My first thought is Angel. Just Angel. Make the wings part of a lot of your abilities, you know?
What should I train? Ooh, this will be fun.
I would probably, like, depending on which game we're doing, but I would probably have, like, abilities that are leaning towards wisdom, valor, justice, fate, and hope, right? And that would be your theming. Rather than being like fire, ice, and lightning, it would be those things, right? That's probably the direction I'd go. So let's get a little bit of gear, just a little bit, so we can, because we're already falling behind, as was our want. Oh, looks like we're actually not high enough level. We can make the nightmarish staff of herding, which we're doing. We can make a lot of words legs. Holy crap! That's really good. Sure. I'll afford that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, we're good. Moving on. We got a legendary weapon. It's cool. Yeah, that about 100 times our damage. Something like that. Anyways. Despite Witch Doctor's gross factor, I do still enjoy it. It is a very well-designed class, as, let's be honest, all of them are to some extent or another.
The attacks are getting worse. They'll reach the survivors soon.
I'll save you.
We've been here for days. These people can't last much longer.
You must guide them to the Survivors' Enclave. My spirit flows fast.
I mean, what? Why would you ever want to live in the Diablo setting, Masker Man? Like, if you have almost any other choice, why would you live here? Like, alright, you can live in hell, or a beach. Which do you pick? And it's like, but, okay. We're gonna go ahead and have poison dogs now, because now we're playing Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, the problem is this setting is fundamentally messed up. Like, no matter how you break it down, there are many very terrible things that can happen to you in this setting. And as with... Like, one of the things I tend to think of when it comes to whether or not I'd ever be willing to be in a setting is, what happens to you after you die? So, like, worst case scenario, you die. What's going to happen? And there are some very bad things that can happen to you in the Diablo setting.
Necromancer, did the spirits call you here?
Death's minions threaten to overwhelm the living, so they must be culled. This beacon will draw many of Death's soldiers here, to their demise. I was about to activate it.
Ready yourself for battle. I will trigger it.
I mean, Warhammer 40k and Dark Souls would both be worse, but I struggle to think of another one that would be as bad. I'm sure there's several. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Either way, I'll take Azeroth 10 times out of 10, especially if it's Type 3. Like, I wouldn't mind living in Azeroth. Game of Thrones isn't really all that bad, no.
It has been good fighting by your side, but I have much work left to do. Perhaps we shall meet again someday.
Wait, weren't you out in the desert near Chaldean?
Yes, he was. We didn't see him because it's a random event, but he was there. He did also die there. Go figure. Oh, that's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. Yep, those are...
More dead?
Death to the nobles!
Hello?
What is happening?
Revolution! It's time for our oppressors to fall. The king is in the city, but we have a trap waiting for him.
Your city falls to ruins and you plot to overthrow your king? That is unwise.
What? You're not with us? Then die with our enemies!
Okay. So...
Lord Winton, we are thrilled that you have located a surviving regiment of soldiers. With this new force, we can turn the tide and save our city. Your disagreements with the Crown are well known, but we are glad you can put them aside in this dangerous time. Long live Westmarch!
I wonder if the thieves will all retire after this.
What?
You can't steal from people if they're not around anymore.
Interesting take on things. Yeah, I mean, I could make fun of these peasants, but really, what I want to make fun of is the nobles who are trying to stir up a rebellion now. Granted, they probably don't, and by probably I mean definitely, do not have the level of context and understanding of what's going on that we do. But this is the apocalypse. Like, they're facing the end of humanity. That's actually what's at stake here. Malthael has not come to convert or corrupt, but only to kill. His job, his purpose, is to completely genocide humanity. Yeah, Godzilla's right over there. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's nice to see someone who's just, you know, we're just gonna do a thing. It's cool, everything's cool. Thank you, Act. Plot escalation? No. What Diablo was doing in vanilla is technically higher scale. This is actually a problem we've talked about many, many times in a lot of works of fiction. It's just the overall plot and escalation of Reaper is better. One moment. That's going towards the PMD block, Rain World, Entropy 02. Thank you again, Act, very much. So, I need to come up with a Lorian for this at some point. Early escalation syndrome. It's a common thing where the first work or an early work in a particular franchise
Show off those fancy attacks.
is technically higher tier or bigger stakes, but there's less to it. It's simpler or more boring or less well done or whatever, right? It's common because a lot of writers and creators will try to catch your attention first before they start doing anything a little bit more real. Like, to use a very direct example, A New Hope versus Empire Strikes Back. A New Hope is, oh my god, we've got to stop the freaking Death Star, which is destroying planets. And yet all of that is smaller scale in terms of practical application than Empire Strikes Back, where the threat is Vader's trying to get Skywalker. And that's it. Like, it's a very, very small scale personal threat, but Empire feels higher tier because it has more density and more depth to it. Make sense? Mass Effect 1 versus Mass Effect 2, or of course, now I'm trying to think of other examples. This is a semi-common thing. Most fiction comes out and you know, comes out swinging, and then they pull it down a little bit. And so it's a similar problem here. What Malthael is doing feels higher scale, feels more in-depth, and feels more terrifying and intimidating, but it's actually not if you look at it from a completely neutral perspective, what Diablo was doing was going to be restructuring the fabric of reality. What Malthael's doing is merely wiping out all the humans. But they do so much more with it. Like, part of the reason I'm bothering to do all these little optional dungeons isn't just because I do the optional stuff in D3. It's because you can see how much effort is being spent in fleshing out the specifics, the details of what's happening here. This is one of the reasons they chose Westmarch, and it was an inspired choice, because this is a, well... a city, which is a huge well of opportunity for storytelling, and they use a lot of it. Excuse me. I didn't even notice that was an anniversary sub, Act. Thank you for pointing that out. I wish there was a way to indicate that more clearly. So I apologize. Thank you again. 2 years of support, Act. Oh, hiccup. Excuse me. Welcome to the 2-year club. And I've put those anniversary subs towards PMD, Rain World, and Entropy 02. I mean, yeah, Dakota's right. Like, it's nice and all to roam the ambient deserts of not Gulanes, sorry, Chaldeum or whatever, but look at all the people we've interacted with just so far, and it's all these dinky little stories which I just eat up. So, anyway, sorry, I'm getting way off topic here, but the point is, this is awesome. So... This is D3's chance to start catching up on the story axis, tell you what. I know what you meant, Dakota. I know what you meant. It would have been nice to have more of Act 2 in Chaldeum. Ironically, probably my favorite part of Act 2, narratively, is all the stuff we do in town. When we first go to interact with all the people, when we go to help rescue them from Belial's forces, and then when we charge through the town in order to reach the throne room.
Some of my men are pinned down in the courtyard, fighting revenants. Please help me rescue them.
You got it.
Know why this is happening. It's madness.
Go with your men to the Survivors' Enclave at the Cathedral.
The great irony is this isn't madness at all. This makes perfect sense. See you around, Act. Hopefully, at some point. We're playing Dawn of War 1 next. Actually, we're doing the Q&A stream next. Then we're playing Dawn of War. I heard that. I actually have really lucky toads there to hit him. I've heard good things, but no. Yeah, we're playing Dawn of War 1. God, what's the full details? It's like Dawn of War 1, and then Winter Crusade, and then, the one I can never think of the name of, which is the only one I really like of the bundle, and then Soulstorm, which is not the one I really like. And Dawn of War 2, then, Chaos something, God, I don't know. There's 2 expansions of Dawn of War 2, which for some reason are separate executables.
Not good at all.
Really weird. Dark Crusade. God, I can't think of the name of the one I like. The one I played the crap out of back in the day. Yeah, I don't have good memories of Soulstorm. So we'll see how that manages when we get there. We're actually going to have a debate on how we parcel out the reviews because of
spirits grant me blessing.
How weird the whole situation is with the expansions. I suppose that's true, Dream Whisperer, but that's not quite what I meant. I suppose the better word to use would be it's a separate install. I had to install Soulstorm and the 2 expansions and all that separately, you know. Oop, wrong button. There we go. Just making sure we don't miss anything. I want to hit pretty much this whole city, so if we somehow find the way forward and we haven't swept, then we're backtracking, just so you know.
Leave now! Save yourself!
For stuff like this. Okay, I saved you!
Those monsters have stripped my humanity from me!
But I saved you!
The angels and their monsters are killing everyone. What will they do to me when they find out what I truly am? My mother and the demon attack she survived. It's all too horrible to contemplate.
Not dark. I do like how they don't specifically call out what that's about. That might have been a little bit too much.
That will do very well.
If I might have been, I mean absolutely, definitely would have been. So I just double-checked. No, the title's correct, Lunatorith. You're probably having some kind of hashing issue. But thank you for bringing it to my attention. So we have an ability. Half angels should hypothetically be possible. Although...
I lured you here like lambs to the slaughter. Your soul shall fuel my power, making me a proper servant.
And he's dead. Sorry, I was actually specifically targeting him to kill him before he finished talking. So yeah, zombie dogs aren't actually dogs. They're actually constructed out of spirits and people. But we also have the ability to just summon a person who... It's functionally a line attack, but it dissolves so quickly that it has limited range. Probably towards this now. As Crazy Nurse points out, most people do not understand what subtlety or nuance mean. And I'm not saying that as a negative... Well, okay, actually, I totally am saying it. I'm not saying that to whine, I'm just saying that as a demonstrable fact. Percentage-wise, most people do not actually notice things. No, I'm going to take that back. Most people don't bother to notice things. That's a better way to phrase that. I mean, Tyrael is quite a catch. I mean, I'd sleep with him. Just checking. Yep, we're good. I could be wrong, but I think Tyrael, his physical model, is actually based on his voice actor. And enough said, really. Let's go up first. You'll also notice, if you're paying attention, we're still in the very first zone. Granted, we've been doing all the optional stuff as we go, but I'm just pointing out the relative size of these zones. Like you can see, this probably doesn't actually look that big, but look at all those dots on the map, which are the little side areas, and you kind of see why I say this is a denser act.
Spirits grant me blessing.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to go downhill as soon as we leave the city. Like I said, I love Reaper Souls to death, but it's not perfect. Wait until we get to the Blood Swamp. Spider Queen, that sounds like fun. Sure. I'm leveling too quickly. That doesn't work. Don't do that. Come on. Game.
Needs more time.
Just summoning a giant bear-sized spider. Don't mind her. She's just a little hungry. Because false advertising over the last couple of decades has gotten to the point where it's almost impossible to actually prove false advertising anymore. Like, if I
tell anyone here that I'm from Kingsport, they're all snobs in Westmarch, and the women won't like me. Assuming any of them are still alive.
Right. Like, imagine right now, Pillars of Snow, if I was like, hey, Pillars of Snow, I've got this ointment that will make you rich if you buy it. And then you buy it. As long as I do a couple of additional steps in selling that to you, even though that is a demonstrably, tangibly, provably, factually lie that I just told you. Where's the... There it is. I can still get off the hook for not doing false advertising, at least here in the States. There are way too many loopholes around that. Okay, just making sure we're filling out the map. Don't mind me. I'm sorry, I need to pause for one moment, because my apartment complex just sent me a message, which I'm going to deal with very quickly. We'll do this.
I am returning to town.
Yep, nope, I paid my rent last week, like I always do. Jesus Christ, people. This is... They didn't say I'm late. They actually can't say that until it's, you know, later. But they were like, hey, you haven't paid your rent. And I'm like, yes, I have. A week ago.
Suits me. A gift for me.
I know, right, TSB? I do feel bad for her. You know, the secretary who gets to deal with people like me. Well, no. The problem that I'm currently having is something that would happen semi-frequently back during at the previous thing. The only question is if it'll go to the next step, because the next step only started happening with the new management. Like, before, they'd be like, hey, you have a balance due, and then they'd recognize that I already paid it, often a week or two before they sent me the notification. And then they'd be like, oh, okay, never mind. And it would just go away because I already paid it. The new managers are the first ones who are like, hey, you're late in paying your rent. And I'm like, really? Really? By the way, crap like this is exactly why I don't use autopay for bills. Just pointing that out, like as a little bit of a life tip. As long as you have any level of self-accountability and responsibility, just pay your bills on time. Don't let the system do it for you, because systems can make mistakes. The last thing you need is for you to have, auto pay your rent, and it's like, oh, hey, you're late, and then automatically get billed for the extra fee that automatically goes through. Or worse, at the wrong time. Besides, I've been paying bills since I was like 7, so I got this. Ping to you, Flag End.
Your death comes.
Ooh, new fire bats. Vampire bats! And frost zombie dogs. Oh, and we got our first gargantuan. Perfect.
I strike at your heart.
The great pestilence in Westmarch killed both humans and beasts alike. The panicked survivors then threw the corpses of both into the plague tunnels. Now the Reaper's presence has revived many of those interred there, with the bones of beasts rising again as skeletal crawlers, driven to kill the living.
So, now we introduce traps. These have killed me more times than I'd like to admit to, because these do a tremendous amount of damage in higher difficulties.
The phantasms are unlike any spirits I have seen on Sanctuary. They bear a resemblance to lesser demons, but the souls of demons are always reborn in the hells. I suspect the phantasms may be the remnants of some early Nephilim, those born more demon than angel.
Yeah, this is a lovely city, really. Where are you at? Oh, I'm going down to the plague tunnels. Why are they called that? Well, I'll give you a guess. For God's sakes, would you stop so I can finish sending my skills? Thank you. Yeah. And we'll swap this out back to Toads, I think. No. Yeah, we'll go with this, and then... Actually, no, let's do this. Let's be weird. Let's be weird. put that here.
Haven't you seen enough of death by now? Maybe we should take a nice voyage to Philios when this is all over.
The Amazons live there.
So? It couldn't be less friendly than you are.
Sorry. Do that for now. Okay. I mean, he's got a point. The Ascari are, not a very friendly bunch, as most Amazons are wont to be.
My strike is true.
I can't believe you did that!
Screw that up. Oh god. See, that would throw me. Like, I'm okay, such and such needs to be paid on 0305. No problem. And then I pay it, and they're like, why are you paying this 2 months in advance? Points if you get it.
The spirit aid me.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly their gargantuan is built out of, but it certainly moves like a gorilla. I mean, objectively speaking, year, month, day actually makes the most sense. Doesn't change the fact that the overwhelming majority of the standard in the country that I live in is day, month, year.
I strike at your heart.
Apparently I didn't say that, but that is what I meant, TSB, yes. I'm distracted. I've got corpses, I've got zombies. What do you want from me? Gotta kill a goblin.
Need more mana.
What? Dakota? Why is the music very suddenly loud? Like, the whole game, it's been fine. And it's just all of a sudden, boong! Boong! Someone fell asleep on the organ. Boong! 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 Hi, Mr. Boong. Jesus Christ, people. Yeah, everyone was really tired last night. Boong.
That's just the thing. Ah, good.
That's right. The whole soundtrack, the whole game was building up to Act 5. Boong.
Can't we go through the palace instead?
Well, you don't like the smell down here, Lyndon?
Where do these creatures even come from?
You know, that's actually a good question. Reminds me of a story. Wait, hang on. I gotta say that in the song. Reminds me of a story. Why would you... Oh, I like giant flaming jet death while I'm fighting death. What's the point of a room that constantly burns corpses?
It turns to me.
In a place called the Plague Warrens? Gee, I don't know. I can't possibly think of a use for a room like this in a city that has a plague tunnel. I mean, we're on oh no, we're on Master. How did I turn it down? Oh, well, whatever. We were supposed to be on Torment. I'm dumb. That's not true, but I am worthless. Very big difference. So now we're going to use Acid Cloud, because that sounds like fun. And Locust Swarm, because that also sounds like fun. And Hex, which is... well, let's just say it's one of the best abilities in the game if you set it up right. We are kind of a plague doctor, so that tracks.
I've been all over Westmarch, but I've never seen this place.
Truly? It seems like a fine hiding spot for a thief.
Even thieves have standards. They're just very low.
Must like it's true.
So, in case you missed that, the Acid Cloud ability is this. We just sort of, you know, summon a dude who pukes acid on them. See you around, Devo. Remember, you're up to 4 now. And I am an unpleasant debt collector.
I did not find Malthael on Sanctuary, but I did find humans. Far too many of them. They murder and cheat one another while allowing their brothers to starve. If their true power is ever released, we are all doomed. They have a choice between good and evil, and they overwhelmingly choose evil.
Now, first of all, blah blah blah, humans are the real villains, yada yada. The same kind of narrative garbage that we've been hearing for the last 100 billion years. Forgive me for sounding so derogatory, it's just I'm really sick of hearing that. In everything. The other thing, the other tiny little tidbit there, is it's doubly amusing in this setting. Because in this setting, humans overwhelmingly tend to operate in manners that they are steered towards. Let me put this in a slightly different way. Let's say you've got a narrow river. And on one side of the river is good, the other side of the river is evil. And we're going to ignore order and chaos for the purposes of this. Whoever's got, like, their hand on the rudder? The steering wheel of the boat can kind of drift the whole boat more towards one side or the other. But that doesn't mean every single plank and every single passenger and every single aspect of that boat is going full evil or full good. It's just kind of drifting in a direction. So, it's actually... what I'm trying to say is Erzael is wrong twice. Thank you, Chris Velkier. Very much appreciate as always. And if you want to put that towards up to 2 things, 3 things, please let me know. was thinking too, because it was a tier 2 sub. I do hope your day is going well. I got to hang out with the kiddos yesterday, so I'm doing alright. No. This is the Nile. That's a lot of corpses. That's a lot of corpses. We are walking on piles of corpses. This is literally, there's no ground under our feet at this point. I wouldn't even say that's implied directly, Crazy Norse, given we saw what happened when Hope was defeated earlier in this very game. But if you're paying attention, we've also seen, again, in D3, where this is a thing that affects people across all of Sanctuary, but actually across all of reality, not just Sanctuary, Heaven, or Hell. When any of the major, I guess that would be 12 forces, are absent or stronger. If terror is dominant, then terror tends to reign. That kind of thing. It's very metaphysical, which I usually tend to dislike, but it's alright here, I guess. This is also one of the reasons why Sanctuary has actually been doing okay-ish, with a couple of exceptions, for the last 20 years, because the only dominant forces of evil were sin, which, granted, is problematic, and lies. Anyways, pile of corpses, not a dark game. There we go. One of these days I'll probably stop making fun of that, but not today.
That Death Maiden is controlling the Soul Crucible, but not for long.
You're right about that.
Just, God, imagine the smell. Just imagine the smell. Oh, no, actually, I agree with you, Crazy Norse, you're right. Like it or not, the mind control defense is a real one in fiction. So, I'll just call it the Star Trek defense. Oh god, I hate the smell of burnt hair. Ugh. Hi, Grey Wolf.
Call the darkness down upon yourself, mortal.
Yeah, that's starting to hurt. No wonder I turned it down from Torment. Jesus. It really should, Crazy Norse. In fact, we had a vague idea, which we're probably not going to do, of making that an actual thing in our Trek. We decided not to, because instead we just decided to get rid of all the mind control in our Trek, but still. In standard Trek, it really should be a standard, normalized legal defense, because there's so much precedence for it. That goes back to TOS, for God's sakes. I believe it is, Chris Vilker. Pretty sure. So, Arkham... And then God of War 5, and then the Republic Commando. Done. Thank you again. Yeah, in this setting, it could probably be a thing, too. Maybe not totally standardized, but there is definitely mind control, charm, and all sorts of other fun stuff.
Thank you. I knew you would arrive in time to save me.
So we finally, for the first time, actually get the Enchantress that we've technically had this whole time.
But how?
I am Miriam Jazia, a seer of the Vetchin people. I foresaw our meeting, but I did not see this horror. I have come to help you. There is one crucible left, and if you destroy that, the Maidens will not be able to create more. There is no time to waste. We must be on our way now.
The only telepathic race so far that we have in our Trek are the Betazoids, and they're much... Hey, Malthael. Malthael? Oh, whatever. And they're much more limited than they were in, canon.
He's watching you.
Probably not going to have it be a part of the Vulcans, no. We're strongly leaning towards just ejecting the mind meld. Let me walk this back. We're probably going to keep the mind meld, but it's probably going to be a mind meld between two willing minds, probably both of whom are, cognizant and capable of doing it. And you're probably thinking, what's the difference between that and canon? Well, the problem is Spock's mind meld is usually used as a freaking scanner device. At one point in time, Spock mind melded with an amoeba. So...
I grew disgusted by humanity during my time on Sanctuary. When at last I found Malthael, I was not surprised to learn that he felt the same way. We will cleanse creation of the scourge that is humankind, and when we are finished, the tragic mistake of Anarius will be gone.
Cool. That's very cool.
It would be wise for you to wait in the survivors' enclave. You are not safe out here.
Nonsense. You'll protect me. And after experiencing what those things do to people, let's just say I need to see you destroy the final crucible with my own eyes if I am ever to sleep again.
The seraph was on me before I knew it. The mass of its bloated flesh soundless as it floated above the ground. When I finally noticed it, I could not move. It was as though I was trapped in a waking nightmare. I looked down and saw tendrils of energy wrapped around my feet and realized it was not fear that held me, but the seraph's magic.
I will never forget the first time I saw these horrors shambling out of the misty woods. Our loved ones buried.
Yeah, that's an old one. That's from Act 1. Listen, Lyria, don't question it. He can mind meld with the amoeba.
My power grows vast.
Yeah, you get it. So, for all intents and purposes, to answer the core question, no, Vulcans will not be telepathic. Probably not going to have the Okampa be telepathic. The Okampa might not even exist. The Ferengi will not magically be immune to telepathy, depending on this specific episode. I can't think of any other major telepathic races off the top of my head. Well, to my knowledge, it was never actually explained at all in canon, Justin. Weirdly enough, despite being one of the major powers, one of the galactic superpowers, the Romulans are weirdly unexplained and unexplored in canon. It's strange. I'm pretty sure it is in beta canon. I think you're absolutely right there, Justin. I mean, just to name my personal favorite example, we don't know what the lifespan of Romulans are. We don't know how long they live. And if you don't understand that, that's such a basic, bare bones... It's one of the first things you establish about a species in a work of fiction. And we don't know how long Romulans live. It's never been addressed or established. They also can't make up their minds on the forehead things. Oh, right. What do we got? What do we got? Plagues. Piercing toads. I like it. I like piercing toads. And sacrifice, which we can only do if we have zombie dogs. We're going to go put zombie dogs back on there. There we go. So we can sacrifice our zombie dogs. Ooh, yes, definitely. Zombie dogs.
Not ready yet.
I mean, there's a line Data has which is actually kind of stupid, where he mentions that there is no known technology that exists to resist telepathy. Which is not only silly, but it's actually wrong.
The spirits aid me.
Yeah, we know how long Vulcans live.
The way opens before me.
Grab that while we're here.
monstrosity infests my family's crypt, and there's no one to protect it.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. Like, telepathy shows up periodically. Like, there's that one race of the people who help you relive memories that one of them ends up mentally violating Troy. But that's a one-off. Like, they never show up before or since. Personally, I actually tend to lean a little bit towards the Babylon 5 approach to telepathy.
Thank you, hero. We can all rest now.
Well, that's not depressing or anything. But you're welcome. Fair enough. Troy being violated is unfortunately common. In fact, right off the top of my head, I can think of it happening 4 times if we count the movies. That's 4 times too many. That's... It's like the old quote, right? If I had a nickel for every time Troy was violated in TNG, I'd have 4 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's still weirdly more than it should be.
The truth binds you. During the last days of King Leoric's reign, even the skeletons of the ancient...
Yeah, we've heard that one. So the theory of how psychic abilities work in Babylon 5 is that any species that develops telepathic or psychic abilities during evolution cannot, by definition, develop intelligence because they don't need to. That as think of it from a survivalist evolutionary perspective. Rather than developing intelligence and therefore sentience and sapience, instead they just psychically command other creatures to do whatever they need to do for them.
You have much guilt over Leah's fate.
How is it you know, Leah?
I see the past as well as the future. You must not let it consume you.
So like, picture, an animal species is slowly developing, and it somehow, stumbles into the correct combination to have brains that produce psychic commands. They've effectively stopped evolving because they don't need to do anything else to keep evolving. They just command the creature to pop into their mouth, and they good. It's actually a plot point in Babylon 5, which I will not go into right now, because that's actually entering spoilers territory. But it is a setting building aspect of B5.
You shouldn't be so dour. You have much to be joyful about.
This is not the time.
I have learned that in terrible situations it is better to laugh than to cry. Perhaps when you have lost as much as I, you will understand.
I mean, lady's got a point. Shrug, Mike Romano. They can artificially, whoever asked that, Mad Overlord. Either way, whether that's true, silly, ridiculous, or incompetent, it doesn't matter. We're chopping down the amount of telepathy in our trek by a gargantuan amount.
When I asked the spirits if this death and destruction will end, they are silent. What do your visions say?
Of course it will end, and you will live a long and happy life.
Why would the spirits keep such knowledge from me?
Because I was not being entirely truthful. That, and you are as so as it will never... I must say, it is wonderful to finally meet, though you are skinnier than my visions led me to expect. You just don't take care of yourself. It's always about saving the world first, isn't it?
I've never seen him eat.
I need to go back.
Anyways, Yeah. You know, I thought we were past that in this game, Takoida. Silly me, I suppose.
Only through submitting to Malthael will we survive his wrath, relinquish the wealth you've all clung to, and ensure your salvation.
This is a scam. He's just taking your money. Quiet, heretic. You'll damn us all.
Alright. Anyways. No, we're increasing the amount of Troy violation, because that's what I'm all about in my fiction. The point is that the number of magic aliens, godlike aliens, and telepathic aliens is stupid in Trek. Though I only mentioned some of the major ones just now. How many random races of the week in TOS have mind powers? If you guessed anything less than 10, you're wrong.
My wares.
You get my point, though. It's silly. Gene Roddenberry, we've talked about this before. Gene Roddenberry had this absolute fixation with godlike aliens and psychic abilities, and he just kept going back to that well over and over and over again, and it really got old. Like, we all joke about that, but actually going back through TOS really hammered through just how ridiculous it was. What am I doing? I'm going up here. I'm going up here.
My mother warned me about the poor. They want my wealth, but they don't want to work for it. And now they've created an army of death creatures. Well, when I'm king, I'll just show them.
I heard it was the Angel of Death doing this. Angels are behind the attack.
Those monsters don't look like angels.
Man.
They're coming for us. It won't be long. They're coming.
I mean, don't mistake me. I'm actually a pretty big fan of TOS overall. But that's because there are individual episodes that are really, really good.
He hasn't said anything since he mentioned the fire. He barely eats, and his eyes are clouding over.
I saw her. Someone needs to know.
Her who?
You there, pauper. This diamond ring in exchange for safe passage out of the city?
But Harold, that's my wedding ring.
It's all we have left. Of course, if somebody had thought to grab her jewelry box.
Greater matters call me.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it so you don't have to flee the city. Not getting you out of the city. I know those aren't mutually exclusive. I'm just saying, piss off.
My son's ship docked in Bramwell today. I thought he'd be safe there, but now I hear rumors. Give me a weapon. I need to get to Bramwell.
Lady.
You are brave, but the risk is too great. I will ask the spirits to watch over your son.
Yeah, exactly, the neighborhood. Who are these? They're godlike aliens. 20 Quatlus!
Tyrael told me of your actions. You killed Diablo himself.
I only did what must be done.
I don't know that the world will ever understand what it took to face such pure evil.
I do not need the world to understand. I know what I achieved.
That's a surprisingly wise comment.
My father was the commander of the Knights of Westmarch. He assumed I would become a soldier, just like him.
But a different path called to you.
I grew up on stories of the fearless Horadrim, Tal Rasha, Jared Kane. That was what I wanted to be. My father thought it was all myth. Wasn't he surprised when I actually became one of them?
Yeah, by the way, if it's not really super well emphasized in the story, but it should be mentioned that Westmarch is not the only town under attack. It's just where we happen to be. Excuse me.
Has the sliver shown you any of its secrets?
No, but it is our only hope of learning Malthael's plans. To defeat him, we must know where he is and what he is trying to do. The answer must be here. I just have to find it. Too many innocents have already died.
You have done well to keep these people alive.
It has been a brutal task. A lot of good men sacrificed themselves to save us. But even that wasn't enough. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we might already be dead.
And worse.
The surrounding lands are filled with many settlements. Why do they not aid you?
Have you not heard? Cities everywhere are under attack. No place is safe.
Yes, Malthael strikes all across Sanctuary.
Then that is why I hear so many spirits howling in anguish.
Kingsport is one of those outlying towns. My brother.
Yeah. Let's go poke in here really quick, make sure we're not missing anything. Someone asked the best written class in D3. I would say there are two classes that contest that crown. One would be the Barbarian, which we kind of already showed off a little bit. And the other would be the class we're playing right now.
You'll find no glory here, adventurer. Corpses can't sing your praises.
If you hadn't come along when you did, I don't know what might have happened.
It was the least I could do. Anyone would have done the same.
But you didn't have to help. You could have run right by.
Despite his superstitious views, Rakis ruled as a just and fair king, who was much loved by his people. He was succeeded by his son Corsic, who attempted to eradicate the barbarian tribes of the north. The line of Rakis was broken when Corsic's son Corellan died with no heirs.
Yeah, let's crack the back of the barbarians. That's a great idea. Yeah, I have a feeling if D4 is well written, that we will be seeing the consequences of Malthael's attack and the scale of that attack in D4. We'll see.
I was telling you about Lyria, wasn't I? Oh, she was so beautiful that Durgus was determined to make her his own. Oh, yes, he pursued her relentlessly, showering her with gifts and attention until she succumbed and agreed to become his wife. But Durgus' jealousy was so great, he hid Lyria high in the heavens, far away from the reach of men and gods.
Jealousy is a curse that consumes everything.
Yes, that was Durgus. Desire was his very nature.
Too true, Crazy Norse. Too true.
Could it be that the Prophet abandoned us? Why else would his magic fail to protect us while we slept?
Did it? It kept you safe.
But my sisters died. Why them and not me?
The answer does not matter. You live now, and that is what is important.
It is not enough. I must discover the truth.
Lead the way to glory.
There's no easy way to say this, but I have to leave, and I won't be returning.
You cannot leave. You are needed here.
I'm serious. My brother's imprisoned in Kingsport with no way to defend himself, and I must free him.
I am sorry for your troubles, and would gladly let you go. But with the city overrun, you will not live long enough to step foot in Kingsport.
All right. I'll stay for as long as I can, but only because I know how much you need me. Let us seek our fortunes together.
Awful things are happening out in the city. I have faith that you will save us. But Victor has his doubts. I think he's jealous.
Oh, what nonsense are you spouting, woman? Of course I think he'll save us. And I have just the things he'll need to do the job.
Who are you?
Hello there.
Wow. Yep. I need your Sly Cloak, which I can't equip, your Savage Hammer, which is Monk only, and your War Ravager, which is Crusader only.
Need more time.
What? Summon 3 zombie dogs at the same time without using the summon zombie dog skill. How did I not have that? Well, it's such a common trope because of how easy and boring of a storyline idea it is, we'll just know. What if the most powerful superhero is evil? Might have worked once. Ever. But people keep going back to that well because it's such a simple, easy storyline to sell. That's also why it usually sucks, because the people writing it are not trying to tell a good story, but trying to tell an easy story. And,
Your day comes. Not ready yet. Spirits grant me blessing. Need more time.
no, that's actually me. My current version of Hex will turn them into chickens. I liked Injustice 2. Not notably Injustice 1. But Injustice 2... I like Injustice 2 despite the fact that Superman's evil, if that makes any sense. Like, if Superman wasn't evil, I don't think the story would suffer for it. Wonder Woman going evil, that not only makes a lot more sense, but works for her character a lot better. I mean, Diana's already one foot in the door of being evil anyways, in my opinion. In most of her iterations. Ah, Kevin Conroy. That one hurt. That was... I suppose that's not saying much. They all suck, but damn it. Yeah, exactly. Diana, she's definitely more Judge Dredd than most of the higher tiers. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Horse. Very militaristic, very blunt force. Very Amazonian, put it that way. Supes, let's be very clear about this. You know why Superman is such a good guy? It's because he was raised by 2 kindly old people on a farm. Where was Diana raised?
Here we go!
The truth burns you. Need more time. The truth burns you.
Okay, I guess I'll be over here now. Let's do that really quick. mean, Boba Fett didn't really have much of a character in the EU, no, Zach Tap, so we'll see. Boba Fett's character in the overwhelming majority of the EU was, hi, I'm cool. And unlike cool, he couldn't quite pull that off. No one cared about Boba Fett till he put on the mask. Anyways.
This graveyard isn't big enough to hold all the dead of Westmarch, even if we save the city.
We can only take things as they come.
Got a point. Yeah, I don't want to sound negative here, but in all honesty, the world should be in a hell of a state after this. Like, obviously, our Diablo 2 is going to be its own thing. But, if I was just rewriting D4, or I suppose writing D4, we would officially be in a post-apocalyptic scenario. And I would kind of start from there and work upwards. Wrong setting, actually. Wonder Woman's DC, Crazy Horse. But I still get your point, and I agree. While there is some female supremacy, I don't know what to call that, men suck mentality, that's usually understated. Or in some versions of canon, isn't there at all. It's far more about the fact that they are the warrior Amazons who are trying to either protect a charge, or keep to themselves, or isolate themselves from the rest of the world. Like, their motives vary from writer to writer. My zombie dog's going. Yeah, see, exactly, Taquata. You mentioned, I think it was you? Someone earlier mentioned the idea of Nephilim bandit lords fighting against each other. That's almost exactly what I picture for, shall we say, an Act 1 approach for D4. You know, you play an Nephilim, obviously, because you have to be able to hang with the crap going on in D4. And then your first task is to take out some of the other Nephilim, because they're making a mess of things. Like leaning into the Mad Max kind of a situation. Start knocking over some of them, start to find out a little bit more what's going on. Probably tie in Lilith and Inarius. Leave the 7 evils dead. They're done. Let's just push them out of the story. Diablo doesn't show up at all, because that's dumb. No, Diablo was not behind it all along. God damn it, Blade Travol. No. Bad.
There's something coming. I think it wants to hurt us.
Because you know that's what it's going to be. Like, you actually know that is going to be the truth. Diablo was behind it all along, is going to be the plot of D4. And I'm probably going to give it a negative for it, because it's probably stupid.
Cheers!
Vivian, remind me, Dakota.
Ah, I heard you were in town, hero. Should have known you'd show up in time for a fight.
This is an event I don't get very often.
Keep an eye out. If I know these bastards, they've got reinforcements coming.
Well, not that I totally...
We've made them angry now, haven't we?
Not that I would ever talk about playing the closed beta, which had an NDA or anything like that. But I noticed that it was really focused on the area right about where both Chaldeum and Kuros would be. For good and for bad. Also, they somehow made Werewolf not suck. It's weird. Not that I would know anything about that, obviously.
I grow weak.
Ow. That hurt. We need to do a gear infusion.
Good as I remember, old friend. I'll be seeing you again soon.
Yeah, that was a life 3 there.
I am returning to town.
Proto Death Ball. Hey, we can get some yellows. Okay, so let's get... What do we got here? Let's just make some stuff. Let's just make some gear. Let's just make some gear. I don't have a chest piece on. I just noticed that. I have no BP equipped. That's probably not helping anything. We could get Kane's gear going on. Well, two of 3 of Kane's gear. Eh. Yeah, we'll leave that for now. There should be substantially more Nephilim in D4, yes. There is functionally only one Nephilim in D3. Us. Or the party, if you want to think of it in that way. But yes, for all intents and purposes, there should be more than one Nephilim roaming around in D4. We'll see.
You almost make theft unnecessary.
Ah, those are pants.
Exceptional. I'll take that off your hands. I'll take that.
Okay, gear get. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll see what they do with Nephilim in D4. Because what would really piss me off is, oh, so it turns out that because of Malthael killing so many people, there was all the Nephilim are dead. They're dead. They're gone. They've stopped existing. Or something stupid like that.
You are such the artist when it comes to dispatching Death's minions.
Thanks. I think. Oh yeah, I need to write that down before I forget. Yeah, no, I actually agree with you, Masker Man. D3 ended in a way that there's only a few directions they could go, and, well, for some reason, and I'm going to say it that way, they seem inclined to continue the path forward in a regular Diablo game rather than trying to branch out into other stories. So, yeah, they're sort of stuck.
I think the nobles would be very happy to see this.
Yeah, this is the nobleman's graveyard, by the way. This is where the rich people are buried. You can tell because their corpses are strewn out so much that they're literally choking the ground.
Don't mind me. I'll just be waiting over here.
Okay. Which am I looking forward to playing more? Arceus or Violet? Ooh, that's actually tough. So here's how I'm going to answer that question. Violet. Real talk, I'm equally looking forward to both. I really am. We need a better weapon. I thought about getting myself a better weapon. I was like, nah, the legendary's fine, and I was wrong. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna let's just fix this really quick. Square quick. Eamon, I need a sword. What? I need a sword. Okay. What do we got? You done. Gimme. Okay, let's go. All the skeletons are like, where'd he go? That's better. Oh yeah, I like my corpse wall, by the way. It's a corpse wall. Looks like that. It's also one of the most irritating abilities in Heroes of the Storm. God dang it. And that's speaking of someone who used to main Nazebo. When it becomes a ring, you can just Shrek bosses with it. Good lord. I'm looking forward to the RE4R. Yes. I'm going to go with yes on that one. I have a sufficient amount of faith after RE2R that it's going to be, you know, good. Might even be better than RE4. Who knows? And no, I figured, Meadow. Lord. That would be just typical, wouldn't it? It's like, yeah, no. Turns out that everything's been broken, and even though it makes no sense from a world-building perspective whatsoever, everyone is no longer Nephilim. Yay. Ooh, we got the Fetish Army. That'll be fun. What? Yeah, the Nephilim all went on vacation at the same time. Oh, come on. Fine, whatever. Ooh, plague bats. That sounds like fun. Yeah, I realize that. Ooh, a better acid cloud. Oh, yeah, there we go. And we can't change that yet. What did we just get? Yeah, we'll do that.
What was that?
That would be Erzael.
Who is he?
Erzael is the angel who commands Malthael's forces in this city. I think you made him angry.
I see. We should return to the Enclave and learn what progress Tyrael has made with the sliver.
I mean, that's what they did with D3 Pillars of Snow. Although, I'm not sure I agree with that choice. Especially since I super didn't do that in the rewrite. Thank you, Ciela. Always. Always appreciate. And if Pillars of Snow would like to put that up to 3 things, please let me know. Damn it. That's 3 weapon upgrades in a row. I know it's a weird thing to complain about, but damn it.
Oh, I can't believe it. My best hammer's gone missing. It couldn't have walked off on its own now, could it, lad?
One of the men needed a hammer. He promised to return it.
Fool boy. I'll never see it again.
I'm sorry, Hadrig.
Get out of my sight.
I don't feel like talking right now.
We're not going to die, are we? Tell me we're not going to die. I don't want to lose my soul!
Slurp, slurp, slurp.
I heard Tyrael is an angel. Why isn't he helping Malthael?
Well, who said he isn't?
Oh no, we gotta kill Tyrael!
Zai was the greatest thief, and he wanted Lyria. He waited patiently for a night when Lyria's path hid her behind the silver moon. For when the sun set, Dirges had to leave Lyria's side, you see, for desire rules the night. He could only watch from below, as she drifted across the ocean of stars. Then Zai climbed, silent as a whisper, into Lyria's palace in the heavens.
Why was he so determined? Was it love?
No, but stealing from dirges would make Zai a legend.
So, Sonic Adventure, Kingdom Hearts Block, and Andor. You got it. Thank you, CM.
Those who perish without embracing Malthael are eternally damned. But I can commune with our Lord, asking him to grant them a reprieve. Only a simple payment is required.
Bless my poor husband, please!
You must save my children!
Please, my friends, one at a time. Bring your offerings to the stand, and I will grant your loved ones this blessing.
I have heard that the Grand Maester himself is in Westmarch. It is imperative that I find and speak to him. I will tell him of the sins his order is committing.
This man leads the Templar. Surely he is the root of the Order's evil.
No, you are wrong. My first memories of being a Templar are of him comforting me, welcoming me to the Brotherhood. I looked into his eyes. He is a good man, I tell you.
Now he has an actual quest. We'll come back to that.
When I left my sister Lysa, I took her magic focus as a reminder. I scryed it today to see if it held any clues, and I found strong traces of the demonic magic that killed her. It reminded me of the Viscera's magic from before we served the Prophet.
Those mages died long ago. If they sought revenge, they died without finding it.
When I cast the magic upon her focus, I heard her voice again, and this time, I understood. She said one word. Irena. Let us fight this evil together.
It's time for me to go. My brother will die in the Kingsport dungeons if I don't act now.
A Kingsport prisoner, you say? Those poor devils were all transported to our cells in Westmarch last week. But we haven't heard from the garrison since the attack started.
Edlin, I have to find him. Will you help me, my friend? Right then, this is where they're holding Edlin. Let me do the talking.
And yeah, in addition to just having, you know, the dialogues in town, now they actually, finally, have real quests. All 4 of them do. Although I technically have the Enchantress. Hang on.
Oh, I've been waiting for this.
Looking for your brother, Lyndon?
Something seems wrong.
The Thieves Guild always finds who it's looking for.
Really? Now? Really?
The Thieves Guild infiltrated the entire dungeon?
Well, we're about to find the answer to that, Crazy Norse. Here's a question. Do you think the Thieves Guild was smart enough to not take this particular opportunity to cause chaos and diminish the defense against the onslaught? The results may surprise you. I'm not even going to comment on how many Thieves Guild people are in here.
Again!
Now I've got poison bats. Ho, ho, ho.
Come on, hurry!
I mean, I get the very strong opinion that a lot of the people involved don't understand the scope and scale of what's going on. Not that I'm really diminishing or trying to excuse their stupidity, just pointing it out. That's because it's really fun, Crazy Norse. I'm playing D3, Act 5. What do you want from me?
He's here somewhere.
So now we'll show off the fetish army. Yeah. I mean, Witch Doctor is a very well-designed class. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's actually pretty far up there, which is a damn shame.
You died for what you did to Nigel.
Because it is very gross. You know, if you've been paying attention, each time I level, I've been swapping around my skills pretty much wildly. And each time, my overall playstyle has changed quite a bit. Because Witch Doctor is kind of the, well, it's the necromancer of this game, gameplay-wise. It can do a lot of different things, and it can do all of them well.
Edlin! He's...
I share in your grief, Lyndon.
I never should have joined the guild. He told me, but I wouldn't listen.
Do not fault yourself for this. Your brother was killed before we came to Westmarch.
That dagger looks very familiar.
Bring it with you, but we cannot stay.
And by the way, did you notice I literally have freaking fetishes now?
I welcome the chance to travel with you.
You must not blame yourself, Lyndon. It will change nothing.
What do you want me to say? That I wish he'd never known me? That I wish he'd had a brother who didn't fail him?
That you are trapped within your grief.
You think death is the way into your perfect afterlife? You could never understand.
Today is the day I find out how deep the Order's corruption runs.
Then you must fight to end this deception and make things right, my friend.
I will do it, even if it means going against my entire Order. I could use a good friend by my side.
I will be right here by your
Your
side.
gear's kind of crap, so yeah.
One of our strongholds. I will have my answers soon.
You must be ready for anything.
Hi, Templars.
Cormac! Everyone says you helped slay Azmodan and Belial. They're calling you the greatest of all the Templar.
It's good to see you as well, brother. But I come with troubling news about the Order. I must speak with the Grand Maester.
You're in luck. He's here. Standing orders are to send you to him upon your return. Take this, the Grand Maester's new proclamation.
This is a good sign.
You've done us all proud.
This proclamation from the Maester, it's damning. He admits his own guilt. How could I have not seen this?
Oh yeah, real quick aside. This is my favorite shield appearance in the game. It's actually a relatively low tier shield, I really like the look of it. Anyways.
The day of reckoning is at hand. We will rise from the ashes of Westmarch and lead mankind into the light. We shall have recruits by the thousands. Every citizen will be another Templar added to the cause. Once cleansed by the Inquisitors, they will become an unstoppable force.
So that's 3 separate groups that we know of. Excuse me, 4 separate groups that we know of. They're trying to use the apocalypse for selfish and personal gain. Which I'd make fun of, but it's probably the most realistic thing about this entire game.
A powerful ability. My favorite.
We know you had nothing to do with Jondar's corruption, Cormac. You're a hero. Our time has finally come, and we owe it all to you.
Bring me that whip. It is time to purify this initiate.
That's a lot of blood.
Stop! How can you do this to your fellow Templar?
We bless them with the truth, as we did for you, Cormac. But if the greatest of all Templar wishes them freed, it shall be so. We've been ordered to take you to the Grand Maester as soon as possible. Follow me.
Yeah.
Cormac, the shining example of a true Templar. We have much to talk about.
Yeah, let me loot your stuff first really quick.
You're too kind.
No reason. Just, you know.
If you insist.
Yes, we do, Grand Maester. You have betrayed us all, starting with the torment of our initiation.
It was brutal but necessary. I did the hard things no one else would, for the ascension of humanity. I carry the weight of my actions with me always. Are you ready to make a similar sacrifice, Cormac? Will you stand with me and become Meister in due time? I need you.
But... No! Your power has driven you to madness if you think I would help you rule over mankind!
This saddens me greatly, my son. I am sorry. Kill him.
I was just waiting for that. You have no idea what you have just unleashed. Like, I want you to picture what's going through these people's heads as they are turned into pigs and chickens and stabbed to death by fetishes.
Man is a flawed being. Time and again we have seen good men given to temptation. Though it is painful, I have found only one answer. We must cleanse the minds of our recruits, so they will never fall prey to the corruption of the demons, or the blind self-righteousness of the angels.
It's more like this is a branch of a branch of a branch, Lyria, but yes, it is part of the same line. Oh, by the way, Tim, I did get your... what you wanted to put that towards. For future reference, if you send whispers...
That the Prophet would have sided against Malthael. He always saw the potential in us. He believed that we could achieve something the Seraphim could not. How sad he would be to witness this.
So, as I was trying to say, if you send me a whisper on Twitch, it's a terrible system, and nothing anywhere indicates that I have a whisper. I only even saw your whisper by total random chance, because I was double-checking something this morning. So, FYI for the future. So what you do is you hold down Alt. It actually says it right there. You see in the lower left, hold down Alt compared to offhand items like that. So yeah, he runs. Hi. Do you want to be poisoned by bats? Do you want to be exploded by firebombs? You know what? For you, I'm going to do a slightly different build just to make sure that you have the most humiliating death possible. So we're going to go ahead and throw toads at you. We'll go exploding toads. Plagued bats. You'll be turned into chickens and pigs. You'll be confused while people vomit acid on you, and you're stabbed to death by fetishes. I think that's a good combo.
You brought this on yourself, Cormac.
Actually, no, not at all, Mr. Red. I picked Witch Doctor because he's a very good pick both thematically and in terms of just general fluff for Act 5. Oink!
I overflow with blessings.
Come with me.
I dedicated my life to a lie. Everything I thought I knew, it was all
in service of a madman.
The Grand Maester, behind the Order's corruption. Deep down, I think I always knew. Perhaps that's why I never felt worthy of the Order. As if I was not a true Templar.
You had no choice. The Templar used fear and violence to make you into a slave. But now, the truth has burned away the lies. You are free to believe in what your heart says is true.
I believe in you and your quest. This world must be saved, regardless of the corruption of the Templar.
Yeah, Cormac, we're busy. Busy. We got stuff going on. So, it takes some finagling, Lunarith, but yes, you can actually play each act as a different character. And you'll notice it actually automatically unsocketed the gem when we processed that. Which I only point out because it's a nice little quality of life feature. And a good way to not lose your flawless Royal Ruby. That is Dominic Keating, Tiny Hippo. You may or may not know him from Star Trek Enterprise, and actually a decent number of other things, too. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Crazy Norse. I'm probably not going to ding it, but it is something that would have been nice.
Is this truly the work of angels? I don't understand. How could they?
Some of the angels have gone mad, but I will stop them.
Good.
Yes, he is the voice. That voice actor is the gentleman who plays Malcolm Reed.
We need to get out of here. Hide in the bog, anywhere. As long as it's away from the cities.
So, again, spoiler, nowhere is safe.
He's been agitated ever since he mentioned the woman. Who was she? Did she start the fire?
Looking for something. Something hidden.
I don't know what to do. He's getting worse. I fear he will not live much longer.
Yeah, the bog of the West Marches is not a great place to be. We'll get there. We'll get there. It'll probably be the worst part of Act 5. That or the frickin' tombs.
You are a quiet sort, Serena. Sneak back home and fetch some of our savings.
But the streets are crawling with those horrid creatures.
That's precisely why you must go, dearest. Nobody notices you.
Fresh reminder that the essence of greed is still active. We haven't met her yet.
And now I hear those Reapers are taking people's souls? This is madness!
Why fight so hard? Thousands are dead. What do another dozen matter?
That's false dichotomy.
After Corellan's death, the crown passed to Justinian I, through a somewhat convoluted interpretation of Zakharum's scripture. Thus began the Justinian dynasty. Seen as usurpers by many, the Justinians suffered nearly constant challenges to their rule. Finally, during the reign of Justinian III, a full-fledged insurrection broke out in the outlying region of Carthage.
Nathanos? Hang on, let me hear the voice actor again for a second, because I wasn't listening for it.
You are a quiet sort, Serena.
Yep, nope, that's him.
Can I ask you about Deckard Cain?
Oh, yes. He was a wise teacher, a great friend.
To the player, not the character.
Many other paths might be open.
Could one man make such a difference?
Now is not the time to speak of this. We have a city to save.
Death comes to all.
Cool.
Look, the sliver is changing.
Malthael is altering it.
Exactly. He's been gathering strength from the souls of Westmarch in order to alter the stone. yet his purpose still eludes me.
He's killing everyone. What more do you need to know?
If we are to stop him, we must know what he plans to do next.
He's a cannibal. Pillars of Snow.
Erzael has done this to finish collecting the souls of Westmarch.
The time for his death has come. Where is he?
All I know is that he is in a tower somewhere in the Westmarch Heights, and that he will be quite rude to you. Before you set out to kill him, you should stop by my cart. I can enchant some items for you.
Okay, so we can finally talk about her features of the game, since we have now finally unlocked her. We'll come back to that in a minute, though. Yeah, human nervous tissue is actually very bad for you. That kind of shaking is actually prototypical of the kind of thing that cannibals suffer from in real life.
If only Tyrael had destroyed the Black Soul Stone.
The Black Soul Stone was made by a man, unlike previous Soul Stones. We had no idea what would happen if we destroyed it. It seemed a better idea to hide it away forever. We had no way of knowing that Malthael was watching us the entire time. How could we?
There was no way. But what will we do when we get it back?
I don't know. But it's better for us to have the stone than Malthael. If we make it that far, we'll worry about what to do next.
It's okay. I have an idea for what to do with the stone.
What do you know of this Erzael?
He is Malthael's lieutenant, much the same way that Iswal was mine. He does his master's bidding without question.
It is strange that Malthael did not take your spirit in the tomb of Rakis.
I may be mortal, but I am not Nephilim. I have no demon blood in me, and therefore Malthael does not see me as his enemy.
But he thinks me one. I stood with angels and fought the beasts of hell.
That is of no consequence. You are half demon to him and therefore on the wrong side of the eternal conflict.
Pretty go 210.
Tyrael, you look to be in agony.
I have felt pain before, but nothing like this. It is different being mortal. The pain wears on you.
Such is the way of this world. Only in the unformed land does the pain end.
Citation needed.
Do you know why Malthael wants the Black Soul Stone?
I have been thinking on that since our encounter, but every scenario I envision simply doesn't make sense, regardless of what he has become.
He would not have taken it without reason.
Yeah. As we've said many times, he is still wisdom. To an excessive degree, really. Alright, so let's grab you again.
They will run when they see us.
So, now we have access to Miriam, properly.
What do you know of Erzael?
Well, he seems to have an affinity for fire. I'd watch out for that if I were you.
I will. Do you know anything else?
Erzael was sent to find Malthael by our friend Tyrael. He blames himself for what Erzael has become.
You know, that's a good question, Bill just now. And truth be told, I don't actually have an answer to that. Because you're right. Like, you've heard the voice actor. You've heard the dialogue. He's just kind of cool. And wise and intelligent and, you know, sympathetic, empathetic. And he's the guy who will turn you into a toad while flinging a poison toad at you, while burning you to death with bats. Wait until you see the zombie bears. I haven't shown off the zombie bears yet. I'm not sure what level I get zombie bears at. Hang on. There they are, zombie bears. Level 54. I'll give you a hint. They're zombie bears. See you around, Mr. Red. Enjoy the zombie bears.
Geldo, how sweet of you to ask. My people, the Vetchin, are nomads, always traveling, looking for the land we might settle. All of us have the sight, but few have it as strong as myself. You know, men have always pursued me for my visions. Well, for things other than my visions. But everyone wants to know what the future holds.
The spirits will show me the future when it is time for me to see it.
Well, I'm sure the spirits can guide you much better than I. Of course, I'm kidding. The spirits are all fine and well, but you'll be happy to have me by your side during the trying times ahead.
Look, all I'm saying is I would have all of the sex with Miriam. Not as the Witch Doctor, though. That's just kind of gross. Did I play the open beta of D4? No. Ask me more about D4 in June when it actually comes out.
What else can I tell you? I had a vision of death blanketing our world, so I left my people, my family, to come help you.
I too left my home and my people. I know the pain of your sacrifice.
Nonsense. We Vetchin often receive visions telling us when it is time to find a new family. I've had many in my life. I still love and miss each and every one of them. Except for Jonah. I never really liked that one.
Okay, so... let's talk about the features of this. No, not those features. We've got the enchant ability, transmogrifying, dying, and well, obviously we don't need to train. So dying is obvious. First you get a knife, you... No, dying is actually exactly what it sounds like. We want to have black dye, or red dye, or whatever. This is cool. We can dye stuff and change its colors up. Some of this works better than others. We also have a... make it not appear there so you can walk around naked if you want to, because... And you can set it back to originally what it was. You get the idea. So all this dye is here, and it's a much better system than it used to be. Plus to dyes. Plus to dying. So hang on, we've got dying. Dying. Come on. Yeah, in some cases it just doesn't work. Yeah, pauldrons tends to be a problem. But, you know, it's a nice feature, and I'm with it. And it's literally just right here, menu interface. We're good. There's also a remove dye item. Well, so if you want to just default it. Then we've got enchanting. Actually, let's do transmogrifying first. Transmogrifying isn't perfect, but it is a development of the system based on WoW, and as a consequence, is still very good. Let's see, I want to make this look like this, or this, or this, or this, or pretty much whatever the hell I want. I could look like I have a plain old Act 1 ability thing, or that Act 1 ability, Act 1 gear, any of the individual specific stuff. Anything I've gathered. You pick something up, you have that transmog unlocked for your account. That's awesome. You can also do, there's some nuanced things here. Sometimes, like for example, let's say I get a new transmog ability. Why do I keep calling it an ability? Transmog equipment, and then I give my equipment to Brigwin, who I'm grouped with. Well, I actually just lost that unlock because I gave it away. But now she has the unlock, and you get the idea. Once it's locked in, though. Once you no longer can trade the item, you have that transmog forevermore. As you can see, it costs 50 grand to do any of the set or unique stuff. Everything else is ridiculously cheap, 500 gold to do. So, like, we could take this terrible-looking helmet and oh god, they're all so hideous. They also tend to be per class, so the reason we're seeing some of these is because we are a witch doctor. Some are universal, but even that one looks a little bit different because of the fact that we're playing a witch doctor. These are the ones that are going to be different based on nothing, I should say. You know, if you have Illidan's horns, then you have Illidan's horns, regardless of your class. So most of this gray, quote-unquote, stuff, this is where you're going to get your class-specific stuff. And down here, you're going to be able to get more, you know, universal stuff like that. I mean, I could look that up, Linearuth, but I'm not going to because I don't care. Ugh. Ugh. We also have the ugliest crown in the game. I don't know why that's a thing. Some of this gear is really ugly. Like, just, what were you thinking? Holy crap. Like, I don't want to run around like this. But you have the option. It's a good option. It's a good system. So you've got good unlocks, and you've got good malleability, and you can do almost anything to almost anything else. There are some limitations. As you can see, we can only do certain types of one-handed items for the rare ceremonial knife. And we can only do certain types of offhands. We can't do offhands. We can only do shields, for example. So, there are some limitations in both directions. Oh yeah, hang on. We also should show off. Do I have that? I should have that. Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. Bonk. I'm good. Yeah, the only downside of this system is you have to come back and retransmog every time you change everything, because essentially
stealing once.
Because what you're doing is you're actually changing the appearance of the item. So if you change the item, obviously you have to change the appearance again. And unlike in, say, WoW, where you can set up a set, where you can just have a preset for an appearance, and you can just hit a button and update your appearance. Each time you change the thing, it's going, okay, hang on, I wanted this item for my helm, and this item for the thing, and blah, 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 blah. See, I disagree with that, Master Man, but that's because I really like WoW's system. WoW's system is 2 steps away from perfect, and I talked about that earlier. Okay. So, many pluses to the cosmetic system. Oh, but then I said I'd talk about enchanting. Now, everything I just talked about is merely cosmetic, and as we all know, no gamer actually cares about cosmetic. That would be ridiculous. We all care about the stats! So, here's how this system works. I actually really like this system, by the way. So, enchanting allows you to take one of the properties, one of the suffixes, and say, I want to change this around, the vitality. Now, that's already cool, but a lot of games allow you to re-roll a specific stat or whatever, and that kind of sucks. But this game has this button. And I know this sounds like a minor... Whoops! I know it sounds like a minor thing to point out that this button even exists. It's also not properly scaled for my current resolution. But you can see exactly what things can replace that type of suffix. So my plus vitality can go to damage, vitality, attack speed, chance to do area damage on hit, reduce cooldown of all skills, reduce resource cost of all skills. And so you can see exactly what you can replace any given slot for. This is important because this is for the kind of gear I have right now, this doesn't really matter. When you start getting into real gear, when you start getting your build going, which is most primarily gear focused, being able to look at this and say, okay, I would really like this other ability instead is extraordinarily useful. In fact, maybe I have something that I could show that off. Give me a second. Do I have anything? I don't think I do. You'll notice I have very limited options in rerolling here because of the nature of that particular thing. Maybe, hang on. Let's just grab, I don't know, random level 70 legendary. Yay! Hope you end up liking it, Brigwin. Okay, now this is a perfect example of what I was actually talking about. So, we can give ourselves a lot of regen, increase the damage of a specific ability by up to 10 to 15%, or give ourselves 1 or 2 sockets. Sockets are very useful. We've actually already talked about that, and given how much better gem swapping is in this game, there's almost no downside to having a socket. The only downside to using sockets is that it is a colossally huge gold sink. We're talking tens of millions of gold gets dumped into making gems good. One moment, please. Excuse me. So, yeah, all of this is awesome. I love the way they do this. I love the fact that there's a lot of malleability in how you can re-enchant which, what, and where. And you can only... See, the weird thing about this is I've heard some people complain that you can only change one slot. That doesn't bother me as much as it probably should, because you have a tremendous amount of malleability in when you change that one slot, too. What I mean by that is, if I want higher int, if I want more plague toad damage, if I want more corpse spider damage, if I want lightning resistance, if I want more sockets, I have a fairly large amount of options to go through here on this one piece of gear. And, of course, the game really likes to throw gear at you. And I don't mean just crap gear, I mean good gear. There's a reason my bank is completely full of set items and legendaries. Granted, I've played this game a lot, but that's the pared down list, right?
Do you ever think about making positive changes in your life? I don't.
So my overall point is that I like this system. It could be better, but I don't think it's bad, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think there's any negatives for how this works. I just think this is an incredibly good system. So I guess this would be itemization? Because it's item customization, really. But the other thing I like about this is even if you get a piece of gear... So, sorry, this is the last thing I want to say. Even if you get a piece of gear that has all the things you want. Let's say I actually want int, vite, armor, fire, and sockets for some stupid reason. That's a terrible combo. But let's say that's what I wanted. But I can see the roll range. I mean, I could see that in general. I could just hold down that and see what the roll range is, right? Let's say that I want to squeeze out a little bit more fire resist. No, actually, it's a bad example. I actually have some good rolls on this gear. Good lord. There we go. Intelligence. Let's say I want to squeeze out a little bit more intelligence, right? So I can just go ahead and re-roll the int. And re-roll the int and re-roll the int until I get the intelligence I want. Obviously, re-rolls cost materials. This, I know this is going to sound very strange, but you may or may not have heard me talk about, like, the day we started D3. You probably heard me talk about how there's no such thing as true junk gear because you can salvage it all. And then I said, we'll talk about that later. Well, we're finally here. This is why all of that junk gear is actually still useful and why I still encourage people who are playing this game to salvage everything. You notice I've been salvaging every piece of gear that we've gotten this entire playthrough. And that's because these, the cost of reforging can stack up very quickly. And these two are primarily stuff we're getting from salvaging. Obviously, we get those from salvaging legendaries. Death's Breath are different. That's a whole other thing. That is a bottleneck resource, and we'll talk about that later. So, there is a lot of reason to salvage, and it continues to make even blues and whites relevant later on. Well, hang on. Let's see, Dream Whisperer. Because I think you can't, but give me a second. Okay, so, for example, Dream Whisperer, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but you notice how we have the orange affix, or suffix, excuse me, of your mirror images have a chance to multiply. You'll notice we do not have an option to reroll that. So you can't get rid of that. But we have the diamond thing of increased meteor damage, meteor only. We can change that one, and we can change it to Ray of Frost, Arcane Orb, Arcane Torment. You see the list right there. We can also swap it out for a socket. So the stuff at the bottom, you can't change. But the orange suffixes, you can. Make sense? And yeah, we haven't even talked about the cube yet, which we don't actually technically have yet. We will talk about the cube, don't worry. And at some point, we'll also talk about all this nonsense down here. But we're not there yet. Later. Later. So yes, that's all kinds of awesome. I think I agree with Blade to Evolve. We're going to put that under builds. And it's not a perfect build system, or re-rolling system, excuse me, but it is a good re-rolling system. So it gets 2 positives. Now let's go deal with Erzael, shall we? Things seem to be on fire now. That's strange. People are dying literally in front of us. That's even stranger. Favorite game implementation of a gold sink? Actually, a good question. If I'm being honest, D3 actually has a pretty well implemented gold sink.
By the way, if any of the guards ask you my name, you don't know it.
Oh, what did you do?
Just my normal activities.
That would be a problem.
See you around, Crazy Horse. Listen, I didn't set the place on fire, okay? Ironically, neither did Diablo. He's busy being dead right now. See, I don't agree with that, Dakota. Gold sinks and gold fountains exist for a reason. A game that is absent any currencies isn't something I would be in favor of. Having said that, I do think that too many games are a little too married to the idea of the, let's call it the default currency. You know, gold. When usually gold is the currency that matters the least in these games. I'll give you that, Dakota.
That was all of them.
Well, I mean, to use a so I agree with you, but to continue the topic I was trying to start there, there's really not a lot of reason for credits to exist in STO, or gold to exist in WoW, or gil to exist in FF14. They do because that's kind of what MMOs do and have done for a long time. But anybody who's actually studied MMO design will tell you that generally speaking, not even generally speaking, excuse me, specifically, in all cases where MMOs have had flourishing economies, the default currency is almost always the most worthless currency in the entire game. There's a reason why we used to trade in Stones of Jordan back in D2, to use something directly relevant. But, you know, why we used to use Sing keys back in AC rather than Imperials.
The repository of bones, commonly called the Plague Tunnels, were originally used to bury Westmarch's indigent. However, when the Great Pestilence struck, the city decided the tunnels would serve just as well for plague victims, lest Westmarch become overwhelmed by the ever-increasing piles of the dead.
Yeah, one of those weird things about real-life human history is how much of a problem it's been dealing with corpses. Corpse disposal is actually a difficult thing to do. Nowadays, we're at the point where we have, you know, more tools at our disposal to be able to deal with that, but that's been a large part of human history.
You are evil undoes you.
And yeah, I'm not going to talk about the implications of how people used to live down here. Let's just move on from that, shall we? Let's just cover all these things in the plague, death. We need to just shove people into the sun. Easy way to deal with corpses. No problem. The corpse, no problem. But I think the Witch Doctor's vomit can be used to put out fires in lore. I don't know. I've played Divinity Original Sin 2. Usually acid plus fire equals explosion. Did I just... I did. What do we get? What do we get? Corpse spiders! Oh, yeah. And more locusts. Devouring locusts. Yes. Oh, oh. Now we have that. Spider warning. Sorry. If you can't even tell underneath all that mess.
That's how we do it in Kingsport!
Anyways, I don't want to get into a massive discussion about macroeconomics in an MMO. The point being, I do think Diablo 3 does a decent job of making gold still relevant even at high end. Primarily through the use of making it for the enchanter thing, like I said. You'll notice, by the way, the enchantress was something that was added with Reaper of Souls. So, they didn't really have a gold sink prior to then. You could argue that the die system was a gold sink, and you'd be wrong. The die system was a frustration sink.
Lords threaten to choke this city.
You're telling me?
Like the frozen locusts I'm throwing at people, by the way. Yeah, but I forget, like, I know they changed the gem system a little bit, but I forget how, so I didn't want to comment on something I wasn't sure of. Either way, gems are another, at least as of this moment, are a massive gold sink, as I already mentioned.
I do not have enough mana.
Yeah, that's right. They usually drop at the... Oh, of course, I don't remember what it's called now. I know the specific thing. Like, they only drop up to a certain point, but they drop at that point a lot more frequently, or something like that, right?
The spirits aid me. This cannot be opened yet.
And yeah, of course, Death's Breath is the make sure you actually get out and do stuff currency. Like I said, it's a bit of a bottleneck currency. We won't even be seeing Death's Breath until we're playing on...
I am unable to open
something. I forget which Torment, but at a certain level of Torment, that's when Death's Breath start to drop. And at Torment 7, I believe, is when you start to see double Death's Breath drop. And then there's gear which increases the drop rate of Death's Breath even more, and you put that on your follower. If you have a follower, which of course I usually don't. Do I think Blizzard has a favorite class? As a company? No. However, do I think individual people within Blizzard have favorite classes? Absolutely. And some people like to accuse them of being biased when it comes to WoW's development. Whether that's true or not,
Something going on between Irena and Cormac.
I did not know that you had such feelings for her.
She's a very special girl.
They are all special to you, for a time.
Got a point.
I need to go back.
I mean, I've said it before, the worst class in the game is Demon Hunter, and even that's still a good class. Better weapon. Yeah, we'll go with that. And for fun.
Ah, good.
Wait, really? Well, let's show off that enchanting system for a second. Because that is a crap axe. But, if we... So, this is how enchanting actually works. You spend a chunk of gold and some resources. And you get 3 possible replacements. You pick one, you commit to it, and now you're locked in, because that's the one thing you've changed. You can then replace it again, and again, and again, and again, and you get the general idea. But that's how that go. I'd say...
All that I have said has come to pass. Thanks to your donations, your tribute to our Lord, we have been granted a reprieve. It is a sign from Malthael, an acknowledgement of our repentance. But we must give him an unmistakable sign that we have changed. Give all that you have to ensure your salvation.
No comment.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? There's no escaping death.
We have to do something. Tyrion's probably leading those bastards right to us.
Just because Tyrion's an angel doesn't mean he's evil, right?
Now there's a fun sentence.
Quite unlike me to fall apart like that. I can't imagine what came over me. Let's keep this between ourselves, eh?
I don't know that I will ever feel safe again. To know that angels or demons, or who knows what else, can kill thousands of us anytime they choose.
Yep, you've actually lived a very fragile existence. We are Luxembourg, surrounded on both sides by Germany and France, and they hate each other. We have survived up until now because both of them have agreed to leave us alone for their own purposes. And neither of them have left us alone because they've been using us for their own purposes. If you pay attention, I don't want to get too much into the politics of the Diablo setting, but there's been a bit of a Cold War going on for about 2 millennia so far, between heaven and hell, specifically regarding Sanctuary. That stopped when the three made their big play prior to D1. That was the end of the Cold War. We are now officially in a hot war. We happen to be standing in the middle of two very large, very angry groups who hate each other a lot and only think of us as a tool to use against the other.
A caravan to Kingsport won't be cheap. How much would your dress fetch?
Harold, I've nothing else to wear.
Well, I'm sure there are some curtains lying about.
Gonna continue to not comment on that.
Please do not kill Erzael too quickly. Make him suffer for what he has done.
No worries about that. He's got way too much health.
You really must stop thanking me. It was nothing.
A dozen people ran by me and did nothing. You're a hero.
Just in the right place at the right time, I suppose.
The Catullus insurrection was led by a woman known only as Tira, who claimed to be descended from the sons of Rakis. This uprising was immediately seen as a war of the common man against the nobles and their Zakharum strictures. During the very height of the conflict, Tira seized control of Westmarch and proclaimed herself Empress.
Oh yeah, by the way, very bit of quiet background lore. The nobility almost universally uses being a follower of the Zakharum faith as a sign that they have the right to be noble, with all that that implies. Well, the Nemesis feature is unfortunately a
These monsters have trapped me in here!
Excuse me, I was talking. The Nemesis feature is unfortunately a console-only feature, so we won't really be talking about it because it's not part of the review. Whoa there. Ripping that mon out.
Thank you. Had I remained in that inferno any longer, I surely would have died.
And he's dead. Because Grimdark. But yes, we should probably mention there's actually 3 different aspects of the Zakharum fate, ultimately. I mean, there's more like 20, but there's 3 big ones. There's 3 major categories. There's actual Zakharum, who are cool. Not Zoltan cool. I mean, they're cool. They're cool. You know, they follow the tenets. Then there's fake Zakharum. Those are the people who pretend to be cool in order to gain political affluence and power. Then there's the Mephisto Zakharum. Remember, Mephisto was actually in charge of the central headquarters and primary religion of the Zakharum for about 3 centuries. So, he's done some stuff to them over the years.
Malthael's influence taints man and beast alike. Even the dogs of Westmarch, once tame and gentle, have been transformed into wild, savage creatures. They hunt in packs through the streets, tearing apart their prey with ravenous hunger. I saw them rip a soldier limb from limb, When his screams stopped, they came for me.
Ah, good.
Many of the oldest noble houses in Westmarch kept massive hunting dogs.
What, Malthael? Didn't hear you when you were interrupting me there. Sorry, what was that?
Many of the oldest noble houses in Westmarch kept massive hunting dogs on their grounds. Though docile enough in life, they have become terrors in the hands of the Reapers. Now these beasts lead the packs of smaller dogs as they chase down the citizens of Westmarch. I don't even want to record what they do to the corpses.
What, they eat them? Oh, this is a fun one. So, that's Lord Winton.
It is done. The bloodline of Rakis will once again sit on the throne of Westmarch.
And that would be you?
My grandmother was the daughter of Coralon, but he would not claim her because she was born of a courtesan, not a queen. With the peasants supporting me, Westmarch will become a place of freedom and equality. The idle rich will be no more. Of course, there will be some bloodshed. We must make a few examples, consolidate our power. A small price to pay.
I will not put the future of the people of Westmarch in the hands of a betrayer like you.
I have spent my whole life preparing for this day, you primitive heathen.
Do you have any idea who I am? Like, just any idea who you're messing with here. By the way, you probably missed that, but he has Vigeri mercenaries, which functionally means demon summoning mercenaries.
Westmarch is a mess and I'm ready for a stiff drink. Or 5.
Perhaps after our work is done.
But you always take so long.
I'm going as fast as I can, Lyndon. Jeez. The thing that, so we've got the ability to turn people into pigs and chickens and all that. But the thing specifically that will turn them into zombie dogs is called devolution.
I have come to realize that my personal feelings are of no consequence. My people are dying, and they need their king. Our resistance starts today, and Lord Winton, of all people, has provided the means. These Reapers shall not have Westmarch. I swear my life on it.
Well, you got one of those things right. There's something vaguely bothersome about that, because if you're paying attention... Okay, now we have Rain of Frogs. That's always fun. We are full on a plague doctor. If you're paying attention... He was an ineffectual king who didn't want the job, who got it because of hierarchy. He's like, you know what? No, I'm going to try and do the best I can. And he was so out of his element that he didn't realize that the noble lord who was offering fealty and troops was doing so to usurp him. Okay. Yeah, no, it's actually a damn shame. There's actually a decent chance he would have grown into being a good king. He just needed some experience. Instead, he was killed by a moron who decided that now Now, I remind you, you don't find that event until the city's burning. So after Erzael has launched the no really screw you attack, now is the time to go ahead and kill the king. So, like I said, rebellions. I mean, Malthael's decision is not right, but it is arguably correct. I really hate to point this out, but you notice how Malthael is doing a large-scale invasion of the entire planet? Well, planet's exaggerating, it's a plane, but of the entire plane of Sanctuary? Now you're probably thinking, yeah, why are you bringing that up, Lore? Well, the host of heaven isn't really doing anything to stop that or to help us. So... all know a blight is the perfect time for a power grab, too, Base Master. I mean, to be sure, I'm sure there's some angels who would actually want to help us who, as you say, are a little bit busy right now, Blade Tribal. But... that's... I'm pretty sure a lot of angels are actually completely cool with us being wiped out, because it would demonstrably, fundamentally change the balance of power in terms of the eternal conflict. And yeah, you remember that the angels weren't willing to help us when the 3 primevals were stomping around Sanctuary. They're certainly not going to help us now, when one of their own is genociding us. Trying to.
My power grows fast.
Ooh, I just got Angry Chicken. The greatest ability in the Witch Doctor's arsenal. That being said, it could just be a Tyrael thing. Lord knows Tyrael's been sitting on his ass the entire game. And the previous game. Where the hell was he in D1? I mean, I know he didn't exist yet. That is the answer. Why didn't he help us back then? He didn't exist yet. Got it. Yeah, sure, we'll do that one. Now we have an improved fetish army. Yes, cool. Angry Chicken. Transforms the targets into an angry chicken for up to 2 seconds that can explode for lots of weapon damage as poison to all enemies in 12 yards. Yeah, there's actually literally something called the chicken build. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like. It is focused heavily on just buffing your chickens as much as possible. It's surprisingly fun and valid. I mean, a lot of builds are endgame viable in this game, so it's not that big of a thing. No, it does take int, or whatever your primary stat is, into account, because your primary stat directly affects your weapon damage. Yeah, I saw that, Dakota. Yeah, there's a build for pretty much anything. If you can dream it, it's probably a build, and there's probably a way to make it work. Like, we've talked before about...
but I found a bottle of Westmarch's famous brown ale. Oh, this day's about to get a lot better.
We talked about this during the STO run, how STO was the MMO, which has the most build gameplay of any MMO. But Diablo 3 has a lot of build gameplay. You'll notice we haven't even started giving positives to that yet, because we haven't even reached the point where builds are really a thing yet. We're at the beginning surface level of builds. That particular cake goes down. We're on layer 1. It's like a wedding cake, but it actually tastes good, Mike Kamano. The ever-unfolding burrito. Oh god. Oh god! So do people's souls in Sanctuary come back after dying as other people? No, there's no reincarnation cycle for people. There's the ancestral spirit thing, and there's the fact that souls can linger naturally or unnaturally, but otherwise, no. They are mum on the details of, like, what I can only refer to as the actual afterlife, because there are several references in most of the games and books to souls moving on. But it's all kept very vague and ephemeral as to what moving on means. And yes, to use Warcraft terms, or rather my Warcraft terms, the undead we encounter are almost universally Type 2 undead. Natural undead. Oh gosh, I died badly. Now I will haunt you forever.
Imperfect strike!
Oh my god, would you stop spawning? God, it's a dead end.
I grow in power.
Man. Mage Fist, of all things? I mean, I'll take it, but we don't do a lot of fire damage. Could do fire damage, though.
I am returning to town.
That's a good question, Lanirith. We have no canonical permanent deaths of Nephilim to draw from detail on that, so... Well... Yeah, you just right-click it and identify it on the field, Bregman. You can also go to Kane's book, obviously, but it was just one item. I mean, I think there's technically an actual cap on how many Paragon levels you can have. Let me assure you, when I say that I have a Paragon level 657, that's low. That's indicative of how little time I've spent in endgame. Yeah, like I said, that's low. Most of my Paragon levels have come from seasonal stuff, and as I've talked about, you know, seasonal stuff is the kind of thing where you're not going to gain as many levels as you would just, you know, hanging in rifts or grifts. We'll talk about rifts and grifts later. We're not there yet.
Is it true that King Justinian IV is dead? That would mean I'm 7th, no, 6th in line for the throne.
How can I demonstrate builds without having tons of levels? I don't understand that question. As for the first question, we actually have already interacted with several Nephilim who died. The Ancients on top of Mount Uriat in Diablo 2 were Nephilim. Rothma was a Nephilim. I believe the actually very first Nephilim. A lot of the ancient people, like Bulkathos, are all Nephilim as well. But all of them are dead and gone, and who knows.
With Justinian dead, I fear another contest for the throne. If we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. And nobody wants to read the same story twice.
Okay, point of order, I love reading the same story twice. Hey, your king's dead. It's okay, I killed the guy who killed him.
I bring grave news, General. The king is dead.
I'd heard rumors, but I hoped. I didn't really care for the king at first, but he turned into a good ruler. Hadn't been himself lately, though. The last of his trusted advisors died recently. Hit him hard, it did. He would have recovered eventually. Now, he'll never get the chance.
That's all for the better.
Making a sale?
As the saying goes, death is a release, not a punishment. Boss time. This is the boss most people complain about in this game. I'm curious how he'll hold up in review mentality.
My master has begun his work on the stone. Nothing that you do matters. Soon, demon spawn like you will be gone forever.
Enough! The spirits call for your death, and I will give it to them.
I don't mean worst as in hardest.
Spawn shall perish in flames.
I meant worst as in people don't like him, literally. Some of you may recognize I actually used this song in the Diablo rewrite. The one they were fighting Baal in Act 2. It felt appropriate. I should also admit, I'm actually rather fond of the Flora's Lava boss design of WoW, so I'm probably biased here. Hello, Ross.
My deep senses tingling.
Curse you.
Well, he did.
I need to go back.
You killed the angel who was responsible for this horror.
Yes, but a great evil remains. When I have destroyed him, you will be safe.
I believe you.
I will say the only thing I don't like about him is he uses HP breakpoints, and I've never liked that in any game ever.
You killed the angel who caused this slaughter? Does that mean we're safe now?
No.
If Tyrael is helping Malthael,
we should rush him. We can do it.
I wonder if we could sell wigs made from your hair.
That is enough, Harold! If we survive this nightmare, I am leaving for my parents' estate in Bramwell.
That's a grand idea, dearest. Your father has more than enough money to...
Follow me, and I will tie you naked to a tree for the crows. Maybe then you'll finally think of something other than money.
Now that Erzael is dead, I'm going to Bramwell to find my son.
These lands are still plagued by danger.
I don't care.
Okay.
Thanks to you, I can finally bury my wife in peace.
Malthael. So, as of the moment, there are no 7 evils, and the 7 evils are all contained, Lunaru. So, at the moment, the 7 evils cannot and will not respawn. That means there are no true demon lords left, and the forces of hell are weaker than they've been ever. So, if you get rid of all of the other demons, that would be the humans, then all that's left is hell itself. It's kind of a layered thing. And you're probably thinking, well, hang on. Wouldn't it be better to go after hell first? Yes. But Malthael cannot empower himself with demons. He can only empower himself with the essence of humans because of the angelic part of their blood. So he needs to power up first by killing all the humans in order to gain tremendous personal power. And then once he has done that, then he can go and sweep the hells and end the eternal conflict. It's actually a pretty good plan, and would have worked, if not for us. I honestly don't remember right now, Dakota. This is not a capital L lore run, so I don't have my sources on hand.
This disaster will make for great reading someday, provided that anyone survives to chronicle it.
I mean, angels have issues, but it's probably worth noting that a setting in which there is... If the Diablo setting completely ejected the hells and demons, it would probably be the better for it.
How fortunate I am to have met the savior of Westmarch. You simply must let me ask you some questions when your work is done.
Now that's an interesting question, Linearuth. That presumes the other angels are not helping him. Which is an interesting question because if you've been paying attention, most of the enemies we've been fighting have been angels. The Reapers are all angels.
Rakis conquered all of Honduras before founding Westmarch. Repelling this invasion would be child's play for him.
Erzael is dead. The Reapers will be easily defeated without him to lead them.
You have saved Westmarch, my friend.
But we still do not know why Malthael took the stone, and he grows stronger by the moment. Our time is running out.
That strange woman you brought here believes she can help. She insisted on speaking with you immediately.
Angelic Civil War would be interesting. You'd have to line it up right, though, because they wouldn't just fight each other for normal reasons, for human reasons. They would need fundamental philosophical reasons to do something like that.
I heard Lysa's voice again, and I could make out more of what she was saying. She is calling out for me, but it sounds as though the voice is speaking to me from far away, from beyond our world.
The voice of her spirit?
No, I do not know how, but she is alive, and she needs me.
Alright. They do look like corrupted angels, but remember, we've already heard several accounts of several angels who have very willingly followed Malthael in all of this. I mean, Erzael's the obvious one, since we literally hear his journal, but all I'm saying is whether these are corrupted or not, which is a debate, not a statement of fact, the angels very willingly, several hundred angels very willingly followed Malthael in his plans here. So. Is that all the angels? Nope. Why would any of them sit on the sidelines? Because angels don't agree with each other. See Imperius and everyone else for a simple example of that.
Bryson meant well. Why not let him stay?
He's a fool, and fools end up dead around here.
Ah, death. It is always close to your heart.
What are you talking about?
Your father, your wife, your apprentice. You did not want another face to add to that list.
You keep that nonsense to yourself, or I might forget how much I owe you.
Thank you, Johnny Bigby. Always appreciate. Yeah, Fate actually mentions in this game that he likes to stay out of it as much as possible. And Hope usually just kind of sits on the sidelines and does her thing. Which is funny when you think about it. If you know what you want to put that towards Johnny Bigby, please let me know. I don't understand that statement, Linear Ruth. Like, you're thinking too limited in terms of their programming. Their programming is a box, not a line.
I'm telling you, Lyria was so lonely, and Zai was so alive and full of life. They shared one perfect night, and after she emerged, blushing. Dirges raced to her side, but Zai was gone. The ruby around Lyria's neck was the only sign that he had ever been there.
Did Zai feel any remorse for his actions?
No, not then. He felt pride.
I mean, I'm kind of with him on that.
Erzael is slain. Westmarch is saved. And yet these thoughts weigh constantly upon me.
We have brought peace to Westmarch. That is a victory worthy of celebration.
Wise words, my friend. Angels are cursed with a wider perspective of events. To live in the moment is a part of mortal existence I must learn to embrace.
That's not true. Ariel, buddy. Dragon Age block, Starfield, and Dishonored 2. Thank you, Johnny Bigby. Oh, and to be clear, I don't want to be too forgiving, making excuses for bad writing on Blizzard's part. I'm just saying that the world building makes more sense than not.
Cheldo, I know how to find Malthael, but you will not like what I have to tell you.
What is it?
There is only one person who knows how to find Malthael. She waits for you in the Blood Marsh, and you know her well. Adria.
Adria. She has much to answer for.
You remember Adria, right? Right?
Adria is not as you remember her. She is channeling blood magic to prepare herself to retrieve the Black Soul Stone.
What exactly does that mean?
Some things cannot be explained. You must see them for yourself.
Oh, the spirits agree. You are indeed strange.
You have no sense of adventure.
I do think making Miriam a seer was the wrong call. She's great gameplay-wise, and her addition to the game is fantastic. But actual visions? Come on. I like better what they did with the Scrolls of Fate, which are more like the Scrolls of Prediction, assuming nothing... How do I explain this? The Scrolls of Fate only acknowledge the existence of demons and angels, the two robots. So, they're completely correct for those two sides, because those two sides are incredibly predictable. But that's not Fate. It's barely even a prediction. That's just physics, essentially, at that point. And I was okay with that. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't predict something that's not in the database. So, cool, I'm with that. But now we've got this twit who could just read the future, and it's like, oh, okay, cool.
Your eyes gleam with wisdom, Miriam. You have seen much in this life.
Oh, I could tell you stories. I actually knew Hadrig when he and his soon-to-be wife traveled with a Vetchin. She was beautiful. She had mystical powers of her own. I taught her a thing or two. Eventually, they were married. It was then that I had a horrific vision of what would befall them. We were friends, but there was nothing I could do. So, I shared my wine. We laughed. We danced. I wanted them to be happy for as long as possible before. She never spoke to me about it, but I think she knew.
May the battles never end.
Looks like no new lines for right now.
I knew you'd need my help.
Whoops. Oh, and to answer you directly, Lunaruth, Tyrael became Justice when he first came into existence. So as a reminder, the Archangels are all the pieces of Anu, the original good entity, who died and then became Fate, Hope, Wisdom, Valor, and Justice. And so that's when Tyrael kind of came into existence. Now, that was the original Tyrael, of course, as we've talked about. When angels die, what comes back out has the memories and has the role, the position, but is not the same person. That's something we mentioned, back on Friday. That's a good question, Blade Traval. If I get the answer to that, I'll let you know. Surely we can do better than that. What do we got? What do we got? E.
You're not going anywhere without me.
Why?
Someone has to make sure you don't kill Adria before you find out where Malthael is.
Come with me if you wish, but Adria will pay for her betrayal.
Yes, all of that has been the first chapter of Act 5.
Erzael and his reapers are dead. West March is safe, and its people can finally begin to rebuild. Lorath and I now go to find Adria in the Blood Marsh. She knows the way to find Malthael, and after she tells me, I will end her life.
I don't remember Lunaruth. And of course, this is not a capital L lore run, so I don't have the information on hand.
We hid the Black Soul Stone in the deepest part of the Nephilim ruins near here. We thought it would be safe, but Malthael found it all the same.
Well, because he was literally following you there. You have already said that.
I consider myself an expert on all matters concerning boggits. The boggit itself is a small, odd creature given to foraging and burrowing. Under normal circumstances, it fears humans, but it can be incited to great violence when under the influence of magical objects. Rings in particular seem to excite them.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where technically the games never say they're different people, but they're different people. We've talked about that. In fact, I think you and I have specifically talked about that before, Lunaruth. So I'm looking up something now real quick. Give me a minute. Like walk somewhere where I won't die instantly just for standing there. There we go. Here we go. That's what I thought. So, the book that came out around Reaper of Souls, because Luneruth apparently doesn't believe her lore runner, does confirm that, yes, every time an angel is... hang on, I'll give you a direct quote here. If an angel is killed, a replacement angel will be created by the Arch, the spine as I like to call it, but such an angel is still a different individual from the one he or she is replacing. Replacement does not come immediately. That is the book that came out right about when Reaper of Souls came out, for specific reference. So, you see that nice little puddle of death? That's why the swamps suck in one specific thing. Because that little puddle of death is, well, it's a puddle of death. I think it's actually fairly self-evident. So, we've already talked about how traps kind of bypass most of the usual damage rules and tend to do much higher damage than like enemies can do, because we already talked about this. I'm not going to go into it again. Point being, they can do max damage, essentially, for whatever level and difficulty you have set. Those puddles qualify as traps. So, how many of you have ever gone through this particular portion of the game, accidentally stepped into one of those puddles, and died instantly?
The first time I saw a witch, she burned. Father took me to the town square to see it. Look, he said, that is the face of evil. But she looked like any other woman, and burned like anything else. Then the flames engulfed her. Her eyes found mine, and she laughed.
Frickin' witches, am I right? Do they inherit the memories of their previous incarnations? Yes. We have tangible evidence of that because Tyrael has died at least once that we know of on screen. And he still has the memories of back when Zoltan Kulle was wandering around, which was long before Diablo 1 or 2.
This is the entrance to the tomb, but someone's collapsed it.
Adria.
It looks like we'll have to find another way into the ruins. What was that?
Tyrael did die at the Wallstone. That is also confirmed in this game on camera. So between 2 points of evidence, we can safely confer different persons, same memories.
The Castbogan is a ferocious, hulking beast with an exceedingly bad temper, aided by packs of boggits.
This was just one entrance to the city. There are guide stones littered across the blood marsh that will lead us to the main one. The guide stones are useless to most, but will reveal the correct path to a Nephilim such as yourself.
You know, I feel like we could get through this, but I guess we are on a time budget, so whatever.
The Castbogan is a ferocious, hulking beast with an exceedingly bad temper, aided by packs of boggits. It will fight anything that crosses its path. Invariably, some of the boggits will die, but the survivors are rewarded with scraps left over from the Bogan's prey. If only my assistance would work for so little.
Whoa! Whoa there, buddy. Dial down the corporate executive there, would you?
You cannot run, Adria.
Remember to get the information we need before you...
Of course.
Well, that's not very reassuring.
That's a good question, Blade Troll. I don't know. So we actually have a bit of dialogue in this very game where they mentioned that because of Tyrael's mortality, they... sorry, I'm saying this wrong. Tyrael made himself mortal by ripping off his wings, but no new Tyrael emerged from the spine. This is something that I talked about last week, too. I feel like Luneruth just doesn't watch my streams. Where I mentioned that he is still an angel, functionally. Even if he is a mortal angel, he's still an angel. And he is still Tyrael, and that's why a new him hasn't popped out of the spine yet. Because it can't, he's still wandering around. It is mentioned several times that there is a zero-sum game going on with the Spine. It can only spawn X amount of angels at any given point in time. I do not know if the Corpse of Tothamet is a similar situation, although it wouldn't surprise me if it is. This could also help to explain why the eternal conflict has been going on eternally. Because anytime one side starts to do really well, the other side starts to respawn and get reinforcements. So there's no permanent gains, right? It's like... it's like a lot of artificial scenarios I can think of off the top of my head.
My father could never understand. He was born into privilege and wealth, and he spent every moment of his life trying to protect it. I was his flesh and blood, but he cared more about the names in books and the faces of the paintings on the walls than his living daughter.
Well, yeah. You were evil, Adria. Duh. But yeah, no, it's MOBA mechanics. And in fact, it was probably inspired by those, given when that whole thing was added, which is in D3, which is well after Dota.
My curse upon you.
I'm sorry, so let me make this very simple, Daenerys. If Tyrael was to die again, what would happen is a new individual who would have Tyrael's memories, who is an angel and not mortal, would spawn from the Spine. Make sense? Now that person would have all of Tyrael's memories, but it is a different person, and may or may not function in the same way. May or may not rip off his wings, may or may not see the reason to rip off his wings. You get the idea. Sorry, everything I said is not 100% no really absolutely shown on screen canon, but you know my opinion of that.
Curse upon you.
Yeah, we know demons can corrupt things into other demons. And I say things very loosely because...
What the hell is Adria doing out here anyway? Underwater spell weaving?
Good question. I say things because, you know, it can be animals, it can be plants, it can be other races. As I've mentioned several times, there are other beings and worlds other than Sanctuary and other than humans out there. They just tend to not get screen focus because the game's set on Sanctuary.
Do you know what fear is? The fear of who you are. The fear of what your own blood would do if they knew what you were. No, you could never understand it. People look to you as a savior. Have you ever thought about the lives you've taken? They were fathers, lovers, daughters.
Are you trying to moralize me? Adria? The demon worshipper who murdered your own daughter because the Lord of Terror wanted to wipe out all of existence? Give me a goddamned break. So here's the thing with Iswal. Iswal's bad writing, because what actually happened with Iswal makes perfect sense. So as of Diablo 2, as of everything that happened in Diablo 2, yeah, exactly, Hudor. Iswal was an angel who was captured, tormented, and then encased within a demon. So he was literally trapped in there. But Iswal, the angel, was still an angel. Fallen angel, possibly. That's more debatable, but definitely still an angel within the demonic encasement. So then Iswal was released after, you know, we killed his encasement. And then he's back in D3 for absolutely no reason, back in the demonic encasement. That's a stumbling point, and that's pretty much literally there because, remember this? As the saying goes, that's a member berries situation.
Ah, good.
Hi, Savakon.
This is one of the guide stones, but nothing happens when I approach it.
Let me try.
They asked me what I see when I look into the fire. I see a burning man. I see a burning witch. I see terror and a hunger that will consume everything. What hope do the works of men have against such all-consuming hunger? I gave myself to the flames.
So that's her motive for becoming horrifically evil and a literal demon worshipper. You moron. Now, this is one of the only times that the similarity between Diablo and other Blizzard works irritates me, because the Burning Legion's recruitment methods make sense to me. I know that sounds strange, but they do. Here's how it works. I'll lay it down very simple for you. So let's assume a colossal, galaxy-spanning army has just landed on your world. And you know this, okay? They lay it out very plainly. You have two choices, okay? Three, technically. You can resist and probably fail because there's no way you're stopping this nonsense. Or you can become fuel for that giant army, which is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds. Or you can join us. You can become part of the Ravening Horde. You will be made into a demon, which means you will have effective immortality for thousands upon thousands of years as you seek to do to others what we have done to you. Now, everybody knows, in the end, you'll all be purged. At the very end of it all, Sargeras will wipe out the Burning Legion. But you can see why people would take that deal, right? It's at least a degree of logical that there are people who would be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I was already a mortal being who was going to die after 100 years. Sure, I'll live for a couple thousand and go rampage across the cosmos, and I'll have power or violence or whatever it is I seek, and then die. There's a logic to that. Joining the demons in this setting for essentially the same reason doesn't really make the same level of sense, because it's a completely different setting. And the demonic horde is not the Burning Legion at all. Not in structure, not in style, not in approach, not in anything, really. The fact that there are demons in one and demons in the other is the only connecting thread. Yeah, the unfortunate reality there, Savacom, is most of the good people tend to resist and die, or resist and become fuel. But you are correct, of course. It's something I talked about in the World of Warcraft series. Kil'jaeden joined the Legion because it was the wise choice. It's the Saruman thing all over again. There's no resisting this. There's no stopping this. The only sane choice is to go along with it. It was the fool who is Velen. It was the fool who decided to resist.
There are 4 entrances to the Nephilim city, each one etched with a sigil. Only the correct one marks the true entrance to the tomb, however. When you activate these stones, one of the wrong sigils disappears.
Hey, we're up to throwing out cold puke instead of poison puke. That's nice.
The Boggin Trapper's snares are surprisingly effective, though I have no idea how they learned to fashion them. Most of the Boggin's feeble intelligence seems to be centered around killing and eating, and in this respect, their efforts are admirable. Perhaps I should hide one of these snares near my tent when I'm sleeping.
That's a silly question, Mike Camano. Never underestimate the kind of mess a fool can make. Fall behind on our damage output.
I had believed my new assistant was the noisiest creature in the world, but that was before I discovered the Shrieking Terror. This bat-like monstrosity produces the most ear-splitting racket imaginable, and furthermore managed to make my assistant scream even louder. I think my headache will last for weeks now.
Lovely man, really.
I am returning to town.
Hi, Spartan. Yeah, no kidding, Zacto. Maybe we can catch up a little bit. What do we got here? What do we got? How old are we? 39. Yeah, that's probably good. That's crap. What else we got? See, now we can just freely re-roll these. Like, hang on. Let's do that, please. That's an interesting choice. Honestly, I'm gonna take the socket on that. That's not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Do I usually play Horde Alliance? I am primary Horde. Rather unabashed, I might add. Having said that, at this point in history, it makes less and less difference. It's just about which quests you can interact with, and even that will hopefully go away soon.
Everyone's dead. Everyone in the city is dead.
No, dear, that isn't true. Look, there's almost a dozen people here.
Wow.
He's been saying something new, but I haven't been able to make out the words. He's getting weaker.
The witch!
There are no witches here in Westmarch. They've all been driven out.
Adria.
So you say most people prefer the Horde. That's... What you're probably seeing is most people who have a sufficient opinion to talk about WoW prefer the Horde. And there's two big reasons for that. First is cosmetics. A lot of people like Horde races. A lot of that group like Horde races just because they look better or look cooler or look edgier or look grosser or whatever, right? The second reason is that, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, Horde have better storylines. In fact, Horde have an identity. This is something I've actually complained about in WoW several times, because the Alliance, for an overwhelming portion of WoW's history, does not have an identity. There is no concept, the Alliance. There's no central pillar, no thematic core. There are a bunch of races who, practically speaking, have nothing to do with each other, and usually treat each other as if they are one homogenous group. By contrast, the Horde have internecine politics and internal conflicts, literal civil wars, and of course, multiple thematic central cores, depending on which philosophy you believe in. Now, that's only, say, maybe 5% of the overall player base of WoW. The other people play whatever. They don't matter, though. Nobody cares about them.
I was separated from the other soldiers and surrounded by the dead when I saw him. I gazed into the face of death himself. I couldn't move. I just stared as he passed through me. His touch was like ice, so cold. But something in me changed. Something I cannot understand.
Tira's newly established rule over Westmarch did nothing to quell the civil war, which continued until she was driven mad and eventually killed by the plague. Cornelius, grandson of Justinian III and slave to the Zakarum faith, used this opening to crush the rebels once and for all and become the new king.
Ah. Farewell, Salvaging. Hopefully, at some point.
I can't stay here. I need to move on.
You can't leave me. Where will I go?
You should be safe here.
Please, just stay a few more days.
We'll come back to that.
I see no angels here. Why are they not helping us?
There is confusion and dissension in the high heavens. You must remember, Malthael was our leader once.
But you stand on the Angiris Council. You can call on the warriors of heaven.
Imperius commands the host, and he will not unleash them on a fellow angel, especially a former member of the Angiris Council.
I will not forget this, and the spirits will not either.
So yeah, heaven is divided. Probably because wisdom is absent. Go figure. Did I already? I did. I thought it was already out, Uthor. Oh well, I believe you. What are they adding in 10.1? You can tell I've been paying attention.
God,
These frickin' poison pools. I thought the new zone was already out. I've been lied to. I blame you, Huthor. I need your pinky.
I expected more.
I need to find another guide stone to learn the correct sigil. It is foolish to build a castle in a swamp.
I mean, no comment.
Begone! I am not yet ready to entertain guests.
The tragedies in these...
No! It's almost finished! Now it will never be finished! I curse you, Saul! You sold me this piece of waterlogged land to build my castle on! Well, I will have the last laugh, you dog! I will build my castle here, and it will be the grandest castle ever! Do you hear me, Saul? Ever!
He didn't manage that. Incredibly unlikely, Danton. D4 will probably be a good game, but the odds of D4 being better than D3 are minuscule. In fact, I would go so far as to say, and you can quote me on this when D4 comes out, the odds of D4 being a superior game to D3 are probably in the approaching 0 range. Technically possible, but functionally impossible. Oh, I'm sure the general consensus will be, thank God it's more like D2, and therefore is better. But as I think we've made very clear, I have very little care for popular consensus.
I overflow with blessings. The wither moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail, including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. D3's bar is just high. That's the end, right? Being called the second best game of this genre, if D4 manages such a height, would be a hell of a thing. Only a fool thinks that there's something wrong with being second best in, you know, any given market like that. True, but also irrelevant, Uthor. I mean, that's true for D1 and D2 as well. WoW and, well, everything. That is something I'm very curious of, if there will ever be a Metroid game that surpasses Dread. I've been thinking about it. Super does actually have several elements of level design that are superior to Dread, but I think Dread's overall going to win in the long run. Well, I also have a very strong feeling that they're trying to appeal to the popular consensus about D2 being the superior Diablo game, which I'm not going to say anything about because I've talked about that too much already, including in the last 5 minutes. I will be content if it is a good game. What about the Primes? The only Prime game that has the potential to surpass Dread is Prime 1. And frankly, I don't think it's going to. Prime 1 is an excellent game, but I don't think it's going to pass Dread. That's an interesting question, Uthor, but is ultimately, in my mind, an irrelevant question. Because you're misinterpreting me. So let me go ahead and state this very, very, very firmly. I don't think D4, at the end of its launch cycle, at the end of all patches and expansions and DLCs, will be superior to D3 at the end of its cycle. I think you're right, Adam Ciuta. We're already 40. And what's funny is I turned the difficulty down, so we're actually getting less experience in some of them. I also don't have the crown on right now, so I'm getting less experience that way, too. Yeah, Dread is, I believe, my current highest rated game. When do I think WoW should be replaced? When did BFA come out? I have no idea, Gavator. I mean, there's a lot of enemies here. The density is high. Damn it, Kiara White Noise, don't curse me like that. Anyways. But that's what I meant, Uthor. I don't think D4 will ever surpass D3. So nobody answered me about BFA, so now we're gonna hit the stream breaks. When did BFA come out? Hello, Primarch. Welcome to lunch. Looks like this came out in April of 2018. April of 2018 is when WoW should have concluded, and they should have moved on to something else, either WoW 2 or whatever. Now, you're probably thinking that's an example of me bashing BFA, and you would be extremely wrong. I have plenty of reason to bash BFA, and that is not one of them. No, I'm saying that because Legion was such a natural cutoff point for the story and for the gameplay that it was the perfect time to do it. It was the perfect time to pull that trigger, to pull the plug, pull the plug, and use the right analogy here, right metaphor, and go ahead and start something new. It was also one of the biggest high marks WoW had had for a while, so this is a complicated topic because there's no such thing as the right answer when it comes to marketing. However, based on my own feelings on the matter, my own beliefs about marketing, and a lot of historical evidence with regards to shows, movies, and games, generally speaking, the best time to end a particular franchise or series or game series and move on to the next one is when it's doing well, when it's at a high point. So, WoW Legion was a high point. I know Huthor hates it with every fiber of his being, and that's totally acceptable. I'm sorry, I shouldn't poke fun, Huthor. I apologize. The point being, Legion was a high note. Not just in terms of quality, but in terms of sales figures. It was one of the first times in a long time that the subscription number started to have a noticeable incline instead of a decline, if you look at just the financials at the side of things. So, that would have been the perfect time to cut the cord, do something else. Maybe go back into RTSs, maybe go into a single-player RPG, maybe make a WoW 2. There are lots of options there. They could have also done all of those. Those are not mutually exclusive. Instead, they decided to keep going and spin their wheels a bit with BFA. Whether that was the right call or not is certainly a valid question, but I will tell you right now, the next possible time, the next best time to go ahead and chop the cord and move on will be after Dragonflight. And I know they're not doing that. Oh, I know, Huthor. I am very aware of how production cycles work. I stand by my statement. There are plenty of ways to rotate... Pause. So first, I know from personal experience, but also from professional analysis and interactions, that it is possible to rotate work that's already been done design work and coding work and all that sort of stuff into a future project, right? The most obvious example I could ever give of that is Devil May Cry 1, but the point is that we've seen plenty of examples of a situation where all of that work and all of that time, and therefore money, that was spent on BFA wouldn't necessarily have been wasted, right? So that's point number one. Point number two, and this is a lot harsher, but I do think more executives need to understand this. At a certain point, you do need to accept a loss. At a certain point in your production cycle, you need to just accept the fact that money has been spent.
Right passage?
And that, you know, and the end, right? So, even though you're absolutely correct, and they absolutely were already doing plenty of work for BFA before Legion even finished, I still think that when they started to see the metrics of Legion, someone somewhere in charge should have been like, hold up, we need to start having some serious meetings about a WoW 2, or cutting off WoW. That's what I would have done anyways. Now, we may not have even decided that, but they absolutely needed to sit down and have some meetings and say, alright, look, let's talk this one out. I actually agree with you, Bragwin. Although, they might decide to keep going, because there is one other unfortunate problem when it comes to MMOs in particular. And FF14 has this exact same problem as all of them do.
Just remembered why no one ever comes out here.
Is it the blood?
It's terrible.
It's the blood, yeah. Anyways, I mean, yes, Mike D'Amano, but like it or not, the fact that Legion was the perfect terminus point for the story probably doesn't matter to the people actually making those decisions. But yes, nobody's ever successfully transitioned an MMO with the asterisk of FF14, which I don't think counts. FF11 did not transition into FF14.
I think it wants to hurt us.
We have several tangible examples of games where the MMOs have failed to transition to their sequels. And every single one of them, and I do mean all of them, 100% of them, are failures. So, that's something to keep in mind as well. Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 is kind of a unique example, so I don't think it counts. Instead, what we have is examples like EverQuest to EverQuest 2, Asheron's Call to Asheron's Call 2.
This is not the passage I am searching for. This sigil marks the correct passage.
I should probably stop playing the game and go get lunch at some point. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with Phantasy Star, so I'm not sure how that works. So I might be wrong about my 100% statement. Never. I will never eat. I will never eat food again. I give up on the food side of the force. Yeah, that's the problem. So if I could just be really, really blunt for a second. The economics of long-term franchise production lend themselves towards the exact opposite of what they should do. And they invariably, every single time, actually hinder their long-term profits by doing this.
Searching for the maggot brood has been quite an adventure. I first observed the corpse of one near the road to Westmarch, where it raised such a stench that my new assistant vomited twice on my favorite traveling cloak. The stains came out eventually, but I was sorely vexed.
Damn. I don't want to go into full detail on this. All I'm going to say is that there's a reason that it was considered the absolute norm for a huge amount of time. Let's use Hollywood as a specific example. To make random films. Like, there was a formula. I'm not even joking. There was a formula. You allow random films to be made. Anytime a film makes money, you immediately greenlight a sequel. And you continue greenlighting sequels until, lunchtime. Until you finally come out with a movie that no longer makes money. Then you kill the franchise and move on to the next random thing. And then you keep making random things until it fails. And yeah, if you're paying attention, this is kind of currently happening with the MCU. Kind of. It's a little bit different. This happened to Star Trek. This happened to an enormous amount of film franchises for many, many years. Probably the most overt example of this I never know is a film series some of you may have never watched, which is the Jason series. Jason Voorhees. I forget what that's actually properly called, but you know, the whole horror line, right? Excuse me. Is it Halloween? I think you're right. I think it's Halloween. Maybe it's Friday the 13th. All of them have the same thing. All of them have the same problem. Because a lot of them... Yeah, it's trying to rip more blood out of a stone. And they just keep squeezing until it finally... And it's so obvious why this is a stupid decision. It blows me away. Because it's like, okay, we're going to go completely out of our way, as far as we possibly can, until we finally aren't profitable. But by the time at which you're not profitable is the exact moment at which you have destroyed your fan base. Like, your fan base is all kinds of people, like there's your core fan base, and then there's, like, your outlier fan base, and then there's, like, the Peasant people who are interested in the genre, but not necessarily the specific thing, and then there's popular culture. And you want as much of this as possible, but each successive failure squeezes down until all you've got left are your core fans. And that's when you're unprofitable. And then your franchise dies, and now you have nothing to build from going forwards. Because you killed it all, because you were an idiot. Thank you, Dean. Always appreciate. I will put that down towards the messenger, and absolutely nothing else. It's one of the reasons why the current reboot culture that's been going on for 20 years now has been so common in Hollywood in particular. I could go into how incestuous Hollywood is again, but all I'm going to say right now, because I really do probably need to go actually grab lunch at some point, is that they're still trying to adhere to this exact same cycle. They're still trying to squeeze something until it's non-profitable. It's like, okay, that particular franchise is dead. Let's reboot this other franchise. Okay, that one's dead. Now let's reboot this other franchise, and now that one's dead. And so forth and so on. And the thing that pisses me off the most about all of this, and probably the thing I most fundamentally, philosophically disagree with most about all of this, is that the people who actually do this have no detriment for doing it.
That's how we fight in Kingsport.
The company has a detriment for it. We have a detriment for it. But the people, the individuals making these decisions, suffer no consequence. The worst they're going to suffer, in most cases, is they're going to lose their cushy job and then go get another cushy job because they now have a wonderful resume. Yeah, John Wick, everyone's like, John Wick is amazing because of Keanu Reeves, John Wick is amazing because of the choreography. And while both of those are true statements, they are not what make John Wick amazing. It was the structural approach to how they built the franchise that was amazing and unusual, which is stupid, because the whole reason John Wick has been so damn successful is exactly because of that abnormal approach. In fact, I don't want to spoil, but let's just say that I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a John Wick 5 anytime soon. If we do, that's honestly probably a mistake. I think it's 5. Whatever would be after the current one. One of these days I'm going to stop killing things in this game, I swear. What's different about it? It's structurally different, Pillars of Snow. It's not a random thing someone threw out there in order to see if it would work, and then they started squeezing blood out of it. It's not what I literally just said. John Wick was designed to be a franchise from word go. It contained a large amount of world building and setting stuff in order to try and establish itself, and then it moved forwards. Do you know how rare that is? It had the faith in the franchise before the first film came out. That's the simplest and easiest way I could put that. It was designed to be a long-term, long-form bit of entertainment, and they had sufficient strength and backing in order to actually accomplish that, rather than... So, make of that what you will. I should probably actually go get lunch at this point, so I'll see y'all in a bit.